So we can't start any domain without definitions. And of course, cryptography, we have definitions because we need to understand the different terms and how they're used. So the services that different types of algorithms are going to provide is confidentiality, which is trying to keep secret, integrity, making sure that there's no unauthorized modification, authentication, meaning that we know who actually sent us data, and then there's non-repudiation, which not all people are as familiar with. Non-repudiation means that the sender cannot deny sending a message. So if I send you a message, there's a certain type of cryptography that says it came from me, and I can't deny that I actually sent it to you. But there's specific types of algorithms for that. So we're going to cover algorithms that provide confidentiality, which are totally different than ones that provide integrity and ones that go through and provide authentication and non-repudiation. And then we'll talk about what an algorithm actually is. Cryptography is the study of cryptography and cryptoanalysis. And key clustering is kind of an odd thing that you may get thrown in. You may see that on the exam. But it's when two keys generate the same ciphertext from the same plain text. Plain text is the readable message. So if you think about it, if you have two instances of the same message and you encrypt this message with key 1 and this message with key 2, you should come up with different ciphertext. Ciphertext is the encrypted format. So again, if you have two instances of the same message, you encrypt this one with key 1 and this one with key 2, you should come up with different results because you're using different keys. When you come up with the same results, you come up with the same ciphertext, it's referred to as key clustering. And that means there's a fault within the algorithm. It's something that people who study algorithms to improve them will be looking for. So you'll hear me say cipher a lot, and really cipher is another word for an algorithm. It's just something that takes readable text, put it into something that's unreadable. So algorithm and cipher could be used interchangeably. Now, cryptoanalysis is attacking a crypto system usually it's to try to uncover the keys that are used for encrypting data. Cryptoanalysis is the study of how to break crypto systems. And cryptoanalysis can happen through white hats or black hats. So if it's a black hat, that means they're the bad guys. They're trying to break an algorithm so that they can get a key that they're not supposed to have, so they can get access to sensitive data that they're not supposed to have. So what they do is they look for the actual flaws to exploit or take advantage of to be able to uncover the key. Now, the white hat does the exact same things, goes through the algorithm, goes through the logic, tests it to try to find the flaws so it could be fixed so the bad guy can't break the crypto system. So cryptoanalysis, there's a lot of different parts. We'll talk about some of the exercises that people usually go through to carry it out. But it's just the study of trying to break a crypto system, and usually the goal is to uncover the key that's been used. So I was specifically saying crypto systems. With cryptoanalysis, the goal is to usually break a crypto system, or it could be to break an algorithm. And there's a difference. A lot of people don't really understand the difference between a crypto system and an algorithm. When you have an application or a protocol that carries out some type of encryption and decryption, you don't just have an algorithm. That's not the whole thing. You have to have keying material, which we'll talk about. You have to have the right software. You have to have protocols. There's all of these components that are used with the algorithm, and then it's considered a crypto system. So the algorithm itself is just a component of a whole crypto system. So for example, PGP which is an email client that allows you to encrypt email messages. That's an example of a crypto system because it has all the software, all the keys, the keying material, the algorithm, everything. Now, another definition that we need to understand is called work factor. And work factor is the amount of resources and time that you would have to put into breaking a crypto system or an algorithm. Because in reality, anything can be broken. If you have enough resources and enough time, anything can be broken. But the goal of building strong algorithms is that the work factor is so high that the bad guy can't accomplish it. So let's say we have an algorithm that would require 200 processors or 2 million processors or just an amazing amount of resources, and if they had all of those resources, it would take them 4,000 years. Well, if they had 4,000 years and all of this resource, there's a potential that they could break it. So the goal is to make that work factor so high that somebody would have to go through to actually break it that it's unachievable. So actually breaking algorithms are a lot harder today than they used to be because they've gone through so much analysis and improvement. Now we're going to look at symmetric cryptography, and we're going to take cryptography kind of in small digestible chunks at a time because it is complex, and like I said, I have to build on foundational information that you have to get first. So we'll look at symmetric cryptography, which means the sender and the receiver have the exact same key. The sender is going to use that key for encryption, the receiver is going to use that same key for decryption. So first we'll look at some historical uses of symmetric cryptography. Now the first recorded use of any type of cryptography is hieroglyphics. And the goal of hieroglyphics is to use kind of a special language, and it was usually used to describe somebody who died and how great they were, some king that died. And it was a type of encryption in that it was symbolic. They used symbols that not everybody could read. So it was kind of a class thing. The higher class people, the more educated, the more powerful, could read the hieroglyphics, and the lower class couldn't read hieroglyphics. So that's the first recorded use of any type of encryption. Then there was this what's called a SkyTel. And what happened there is that they would have an actual, like a stick or a rod, and they would take a type of piece of paper and put it around the rod and then write the message on the paper and then take the paper off the rod, and then that's the ciphertext, that's the encrypted message. Give it to a messenger. The messenger takes it to whoever it's supposed to go to, and the person that's going to the receiver has to have the same size of stick or rod, so they put the paper around it so all of the letters match up and they can actually read the message. So the SkyTel just means you have some type of a stick or a rod, and you're wrapping paper around it, and a messenger takes it to the destination. And there's actually been, a lot of very interesting uses of cryptography throughout history because we always seem to have secrets to protect. And let's see, there's one type where they found out that an actual egg, a hard-boiled egg, there's a chemical that you could write on the egg that wouldn't show on the shell, but it would show on the egg within itself. So somebody could take the egg or eggs down to the receiver, and the receiver would take the shell off and actually see a message on the egg. A big, very common way of getting messages across, and it usually had to do with military action. There's some type of war going on, and there's military units at different places, and they need to communicate to each other. A common way was to shave a messenger's head, write the message on their head, wait for the hair to grow back, and then send the messenger. So hopefully, it wasn't really important message that had to get there quick. There's also one example where the messenger would actually there'd be a message on a piece of paper, and they would wrap that paper in wax paper, and then the messenger would actually swallow it, get to the destination, and do a deposit there. So there's been an amazing amount of creativity in the way that people have tried to keep their secrets secret. So we'll look now at what's called substitution ciphers and some examples that have been used in history of these types of cryptography components. So the Atbash, this was created in the Middle East, and basically the algorithm is to take an alphabet, so like our alphabet, English would be A through Z, and then then you have a second instance of that alphabet, but it's reversed. So A would match to Z, B would match to Y, C would match to X. And if I needed to encrypt something to you, encrypt a message to you, let's say it started with a B. Well, B matches to Y, so I'll put a Y. The next letter is E. E matches to V, so I'll put a V. So my plain text, I'll go through each letter and go through the algorithm, which is just the alphabet that's reversed, and I'll do all the mapping, and what I come up with is a ciphertext. Now it's symmetric in nature in that you have to know how to use this algorithm. You'll do the reverse. So that's an example of a simple example of a substitution cipher that was used a long time ago in the Middle East. Now the Caesar cipher is a little bit similar. It's a simple substitute cipher also, and it only uses one alphabet. So if we look at an example of how we use a Caesar cipher, the key is actually shift three spaces within the alphabet. So if I need to encrypt an A, I would look at the alphabet and go 1, 2, 3, and the third value would be my ciphertext. So we have an example here. Let's say we have the plain text here. We need to encrypt. So the first letter is L. So we go and look at within our algorithm. Our algorithm is the alphabet, and then we're going to shift 3. So L actually matches to O because that's 3 spaces above or beyond the L. So that will be the first letter of our ciphertext. We write that down. The next one, let's say we need to encrypt a Y. Well, we go 3 spaces from Y, which will be B, because we're going to repeat if the actual alphabet is needed. So where Y is our plain text, we'll go up 3 spaces, and that's a B. So that's the encryption process. So when I do that for my whole message, then that ciphertext I'll give to a messenger, and they'll take it down to you. And this is symmetric in that you have to know what the key is, which is shift 3. So you'll basically do what I did, but just go backwards 3, and you'll do it for each letter and then uncover what my message is. Now another substitution cipher that wasn't really used for important military activity, but you can see it's ROT13, and what that means is you just shift 13 spaces. And where the Caesar cipher is, you shift 3. This you shift 13. So it's really the same type of concept. If you have one letter, you shift 13 within 13 spaces within the alphabet, and you write that down. That's your first ciphertext. This was developed when really the internet first started, and we just had boards that people would communicate to, and they used this type of cipher if they were going to have dirty jokes or have some type of information that not everybody may want to read. So you may want to participate in the internet at that time, and you may see everything that's going back and forth, but if it's like off color or something, they didn't want to offend people. Only the people who wanted this type of message, and they would know to shift back 13. So it wasn't something that was real secretive. It was just used so that people who didn't want to bother with the jokes or the stuff that was inappropriate, they just didn't have to go through the process of reversing it. So cryptography has had such a long, interesting history, and there's some actually very good books on the history of cryptography, which you would think, oh, that sounds like the most horrible thing to read, boring and dry. But it's really not, because some of the books out there, they're not talking about all the mathematics or going into the dry portions of how cryptography works, but what effects it has actually had on the world in different events. So it's had such an interesting effect when people actually find out some type of a secret, during war, or I think it was the Queen of Elizabeth. Her people got a message that her cousin was going to kill her, and it was encrypted, and they broke the encryption, and then Queen Elizabeth actually had to have her cousin killed before she kills her. So there's some interesting world events, and we'll talk about the most popular one, which is the Enigma machine, in a minute. So I talked about the Caesar cipher, and it seems pretty simplistic. If you're just moving up 3, how can somebody not figure that out? It seems too easy. But at that time, a lot of people couldn't even read. So really just writing something down is really a type of encryption. So as more and more people could actually read, the ways of doing the encryption had to get more complex. So we moved from using just one alphabet to more than one alphabet. So we'll look at an example here. We have a plain text message that we need to have encrypted and sent to the destination. You see that the key is security. This is the key. It's symmetric cryptography, so the receiver and the sender have to use the same key. So here you see the actual table that has all of the alphabets. It's really the same alphabet but just shifted up 1. And the key, as we said, is security. So if you look at what the cipher or what the plain text that we need to encrypt is, system security and control. That's what we need to encrypt. The key value is security. And you see we use security over and over until we encrypt all of our plain text. So let's see how this works. The first letter of the key is S. So we go over to the table at the top row and we find S. Our actual plain text letter is S. That's what needs to get encrypted. And we'll see where there's actually an intersect on the table from the row and the column, where there's what the intersect is, and we see it's K. So that is the ciphertext for S using our key. Let's look at another one. In our key, the value is I. So on the table, we go over to the column I, and what we need to encrypt, the value that needs to be encrypted, is M. So we find the intersection between I and M, and that value is U, which is the ciphertext. So in this type of algorithm, you have a plain text message, you use a key, and you use this type of a table to encrypt each and every value. And it's symmetric in nature, meaning that the receiver must have the same key and the same table to be able to reverse it to find out what the plain text is. Now, one of the most known about crypto systems in the past is called the Enigma machine. And it's had such an interesting history. A lot of these, how cryptography has been used throughout history has a lot of interesting stories. And the Enigma machine is basically just uses rotors. You have a keyboard where you're going to type in the message that needs to be encrypted. There's rotors within the actual device, and they're going to move each time there's a new value, a new letter that has to be encrypted. And the encrypted value is going to be shown on the back of the device. So basically, if I type in, let's say, K, the rotors are going to move around, and it will then have a light, have the actual representation of what the encrypted version is, and let's say it's a P. Then I type in Q, then the rotors are going to move, and then it will show what the actual encrypted value is, and let's say it's an A. And what the key setting is, or what the keys for Enigma machines are the settings of the rotors themselves. So you have to have an initial setting for the rotors where they're actually turned, because the rotors are, you can think of them as wheels that have letters all around them or numbers all around them. So the initial setting and how the rotors are going to move throughout the encryption process is the key. So whoever's going to decrypt your message has to have the Enigma machine. They have to know the initial setting of those rotors and how the setting of how they're going to move. So the Enigma machine was used in World War II and developed by a German guy. He actually had one version for non-military use and another version for military use. Now, he didn't actually live long enough to understand the big impact that his invention had on the world, but his machine was used for the German army, the different units, to be able to communicate to each other, so that it would go over like radio waves. Maybe the command section can speak to soldiers or whoever, like on U-boats and at different locations. You know, what is the problem with any type of security? What's the weakest link? Well, it's people. We talked about the weakest link is people. Because with the Enigma machine, there was somebody in the military, the German military, and I guess he wasn't a good soldier. There was something wrong with him. So they kicked him out of the army. Well, so he's a disgruntled guy. And his brother worked high up in the army and put him, this disgruntled guy, gave him a civilian job in an office that deals with encryption, the Enigma machine. So basically you took somebody who's disgruntled, not happy about the army and what the army supposedly did to him, put him in one of the most sensitive places of army activities. So this guy's in where the Enigma machines and the code books and everything's maintained. To get back at Germany, he took the blueprints of the Enigma machine and took it to England, because that's, you know, who was involved with the war, and took it to England. But England thought it was so complex, even with the blueprint, they didn't think that they'd be able to break it. And Poland was not in the war yet, but they got a hold of this blueprint, and they built a huge computer that would be able to break the encryption. So for a long time, as the German units were communicating back and forth to each other, Poland was listening into those communications and nobody knew it. And at the time, the rotors, there was like 3 rotors that were used in the Enigma machine, and then they went to 4 rotors. And the team in Poland knew that they didn't have the processing power to actually break something with 4 rotors. Poland was listening in because their main concern is they didn't want to be brought into the war. They didn't want to be invaded by Germany. So they just listened, and if it seemed like Germany was coming their way, then they were going to do something. So Poland actually took all this information of what they've been working on and over to England. And then England was, of course, quite surprised. And they put a whole team together, over 1,000 people, just to break this encryption and to listen in on the German communication. Since they were able to do that, it's said that it reduced the war by 2 years. And so 2 years, that saved a lot of people's lives, and it affected the war overall, of course. And so there's been movies about the Enigma and how within the war, and there's a code book that whoever has an Enigma, everybody has to have the same code book, because the code book indicated the initial rotor settings and how the rotors would change through the encryption process. So that's the Enigma, and what you need to know is kind of the basic concepts. You don't need to know this whole Poland and England and historical things. It's just, I think it's interesting because it brings it to life. So you need to know that the Enigma machine did substitution. What the key was the actual rotors and how they moved. Now there's another way of doing encryption that is not using sophisticated algorithms like we use today. One example is the running key cipher. And so let's say that I want to get a secret message to you. And the algorithm itself is, we have a set of books. And what I send to you, you and I have the exact same set of books. What I send to you is just a bunch of numbers. But those numbers mean something to you. That's the key. The first number could be, go to the fourth book. You go to the fourth book. The next number is 4, so you go to the fourth page. Next number is 16, so you go to the 16th line. The next number is 5, and that's the word. You write that down. And you do that for each set of numbers I sent over to you, and that's the actual, until you get the full message. Now it seems like that's just kind of goofy, and who really uses that? Well, it's thought that that's actually used by criminals and terrorist cells, and this is something that like FBI and Secret Service are looking for, because people are communicating and they're using specific things. It may not be a set of books. Maybe it's a USA Today, the newspaper. And you and I know that we're going to use USA Today. I send you these numbers. It'll tell you which page to go to, which line to go to, what word to go to, and we're communicating that way. So anybody who grabs our message, it's just numbers, and they won't know what it means unless they figure out what our, the algorithm or the USA, that's what we're using. So that's the running key cipher. Now, concealment cipher just means that there's a message within a message. So I could write you a message, and it's long and fluffy, and it says, how are you doing, and how's grandma, and everything's okay here. All this stuff that doesn't seem important at all. But you and I have the same key. This is symmetric encryption. You and I have the same key. You know to pull out every third word of my message. And when you pull out every third word, it has a totally different message, like we're going to bomb Libya or something. So that's a concealment cipher, a message within a message. It's not actually encrypted, it's just hidden. Now we're going to move away from the historical uses and look more at what we actually do today in cryptography. We'll look at how algorithms are used and how the keys come into play. Now, the first thing we'll look at is transposition. And we talked about substitution. Substitution is actually taking one value and substituting with another value. Very simple. Taking one value, substituting with another value. Transposition means that you have your values and you just scramble them. You just mess them up. Now, that sounds very simplistic. Substituting one value to the other value, or just scrambling what you currently have. But we have very sophisticated algorithms that are mathematical, have all these mathematical functions, and what they're carrying out is substitution and transposition, but they're carrying out so much substitution and so much transposition that it's hard, you can't figure out all the steps and get back to the plain text. So these concepts seem simplistic, and they are. Substitution, just one for the other. Transposition, you're just moving whatever you have around. But the algorithm, it's the mathematics that are very sophisticated and complex that indicate how much substitution is going to take place and how much transposition. One thing I think is very interesting is what the relationship between the algorithm and the key is. Because a lot of people don't seem to really understand that. The algorithm is just a set of a bunch of formulas, just logic formulas, mathematical formulas, and it's static, meaning you have formula 1, formula 2, formula 3, formula 4. Now what if we just use that algorithm in that sequence for each message? Formula 1, formula 2, formula 3, for every single message. If we did that, we have no randomization, and the bad guy can find patterns. Randomization is the big thing with encryption and cryptography, because the more randomized something is, the more difficult, the more work factor it takes for somebody to reverse and uncover the key and the message. So the algorithm is all of the mathematical functions, and the key is a value that tells the algorithm basically in what sequence to carry out these mathematical functions. So in a simplistic description, you have all these, let's say you have 24 mathematical functions. Well, the key could say use 3, then use 5, and then use 2, and then use 7. So the key is used as instructions for adding randomization for the algorithm, because the algorithm itself isn't going to change. And that's why we have to have the key constantly change, just like we're supposed to change our passwords. If you use the same key over and over again, then the bad guy can see patterns and start reverse engineering and figuring out what that key is, just like how people can find out what passwords are. Now, so the key is just a long string of numbers, and the algorithm is just a group of mathematical equations. In symmetric cryptography, they're going to use the substitution and transposition. That's what's used in symmetric cryptography. We'll look at asymmetric cryptography that actually uses different types of mathematics. So within cryptography, what does size have to do with anything? Why would a larger key actually provide more protection than a smaller key? Well, a lot of people have heard this. You may have heard this, that a key size of 64 doesn't provide as much protection as a key size of 128. But why? How does that provide a longer key? If those are just instructions for the algorithm, how does it actually provide more security, more protection? Well, the algorithm actually creates a key space when it needs to generate new keys. And we're talking binary here. So really, if you have a key size of 64, the key space is all the possible keys that can be created. So if you have 64 bits, that means 2 to the 64th power, and that's how large your key space is, how many potential keys that can be made. Now if you have a key size of 128, that means 2 to the 128th power, and then you're going to get a much larger key space because that's a larger number. And the key space is what the algorithm uses to make new keys. So that's the reason why a larger key size will actually provide more protection, because there's more keys that potential keys that could be created that the bad guy would have to go back through and figure out. If you had just a smaller key set and you had to guess, or you had to go through like a brute force to figure it out, that's a lot easier than if you had a whole bunch of keys that you had to brute force or try to figure out which one's used. So I mentioned brute force. We talked about brute force attacks in when we went through passwords And brute force doesn't just mean you're trying to break a password. Brute force means you just try something over and over and over again until you're successful. It's also called an exhaustive attack. So when somebody's trying to break a crypto system, they are usually trying to get the key that's used for encryption. So in a brute force attack, what happens is, let's say I'm an attacker. I get an encrypted message that you sent. So I have the ciphertext. I know the algorithm that you've used. Just for example, let's just say you use DES. So I have the ciphertext. I know the algorithm that you've used. So I'm just going to, try one key at a time. Key 1 will try to decrypt this message. I'll look at the result. Garbage. That's not the right key. Key 2. We'll try to decrypt the message, look at the result, garbage. And key 3. So you keep doing that over and over again until the result actually comes up with plain text. And that's how you carry out a brute force attack against an algorithm. Now, if we look at the actual numbers, like a 56-bit key creates approximately 72 quadrillion keys. It seems like nobody would ever be able to figure out which is the right key out of 72 quadrillion, but we can today. That's why nobody should be using any key sizes really smaller than a 64-bit. The reason that we shouldn't be using those key sizes is because our processing power continually goes up. And that's what you need. You need a lot of processing power to carry out these brute force attacks. And so at one time when when our processors couldn't carry out instructions so quickly, a 40-bit key was hard to break. Now we have so much processing power because the architecture of the processors have increased. We've got PCs that have a lot of different processors in them. That's what's causing us to have to go to larger and larger keys for the level of protection that we need. Now, another type of attack instead of brute force is a frequency analysis attack. And what that means is the attacker actually finds some type of pattern in the ciphertext, and they work backwards. So, as an example, the most used letter in the English language is E. So what I'll do, if I'm the attacker, I'm going to look at all of these bits. And 8 bits, because 8 bits equals 1 character, when I see 8 bits that repeat the most, I'm going to assume that that's E. So this sequence of bits equals E. The most used word in the English language is the. So I'm going to look through all of these bits, and where I see the 24 bits that repeat themselves, I'll know that it stands for the. So I have THE. So these are frequencies, these are patterns that are being picked out, and from that the attacker can work backwards and figure out the key that was used. Now today, the complexity of our algorithms, nobody's going to be able to pick out an E or pick out the because our algorithms are much more complex than that. But that's just a conceptual example. So we don't want any patterns in the resulting ciphertext because it gives the bad guy a leg up on trying to figure out what our key is. So how do we determine the strength of a crypto system? And remember I said a crypto system is not just the algorithm, although the algorithm plays a big key in encryption. But it has to be a strong algorithm. It has to be the right algorithm, because we've had instances where products and protocols have used the wrong algorithm. And we're going to talk about the different types. You have to have a strong and correct algorithm. You need to have a key of the right size. That key needs to be protected. And you'll be using initialization vectors, which I'm going to talk to. Those need to be random. And all of these pieces and parts have to work together properly. And a lot of times when developers are putting things together, building something and they don't understand cryptography, they don't put everything together properly, which allows for attacks to be successful. So it's a lot more complicated than just saying we're using AES or we're using RSA. When developers are actually using those algorithms, they should have somebody who understands cryptography to either help them develop it or review what they've done. Because as a consultant, I've seen a lot of mess with a lot of companies write their own proprietary software and will use encryption, but because they don't understand cryptography to a certain degree, they don't do it correctly, which allows for somebody to easily break their encryption. So it's not only important as a developer to understand how cryptography works when you're doing configuration, like on a VPN or any type of product that allows you to choose what algorithm to use and what key size. It's better if you really understand what you're selecting. But developing internal algorithms causes a lot of issues, and that's something that unless they're cryptographers, they shouldn't be doing. And actually, I was at one client site that had developed their own internal algorithm and their own internal keying system, and they were moving around critical data, Social Security numbers and banking data, and they were developers. And when I looked through what they were actually doing, it was a mess. It did not provide the level of protection that was really needed for this type of data. Developers should know that there's already algorithms out there. They've been proven, they've been tested, and usually just have to get a library and make a call, a system call to the actual library, like a DLL, that will carry out the functionality. So this isn't CISSP oriented about developing proprietary. Well, it may be. You may get a question about the dangers of that, but in real life, when companies that are developing proprietary software should not try to develop their own cryptography solution. Now, there's two aspects of considering what a strong algorithm is, and we're talking about symmetric. Remember, symmetric is using substitution, transposition. Now, and basically what happens is when an algorithm is created, cryptographers will go through the logic of the algorithm, they'll test it, and they'll be looking for certain types of flaws. And one requirement is there needs to be enough confusion, which means that somebody cannot detect, the bad guy can't detect if one character is changed out with another character, which is substitution, how that results in the ciphertext. So just when you do one substitution, the algorithms should be so complex that the bad guy can't reverse engineer and figure that out. So they shouldn't be able to predict the type of changes with substituting one character and how that will result in the ciphertext. Because really, we're going to look at how these types of algorithms work, but you have so much different types of things happening. You shouldn't have that relationship of you change one component, it always ends up in this ciphertext pattern. Now, that's confusion. Diffusion is different. Diffusion has to do with transposition. Remember, transposition is just moving around the actual values that we have. So diffusion means that the plain text, when it's manipulated or there's changes that takes place during the encryption process, that many pieces of the ciphertext is actually affected. So if you do a transposition on a part of the plain text, it shouldn't just affect this one part. It needs to affect different parts of the ciphertext. These are concepts that most people, unless you're in cryptography, this is a new thing and it's kind of a little bit difficult, but it's important. You know, you could see things like this on the exam. So confusion is usually carried out through substitution, and diffusion is usually carried out through transposition. And the reason, what they are, is basically there needs to be enough confusion and enough diffusion to indicate that a symmetric algorithm is strong enough. So there's this guy back in the 1800s named Kirchhoff, and he said something that it seems like we still care about what he said, which is the algorithm itself. He said the algorithm itself should be known. It shouldn't be the secret or protected part. The only part that should be protected is the key. That's Kirchhoff's principle. The algorithm, everybody should be able to understand how the algorithm works, look at the logic, and the only secret part is the key, because then a lot of people could see the logic, identify flaws, tell the developer, and they can go back and fix that flaw. But this is kind of a religious debate. The people in, a lot of cryptographers in the industry feel this way, that the algorithm should be open, but in the military and governments that have created their own algorithms, they don't go with this. Their algorithms are not known about, their names aren't supposed to be known about, and nobody's supposed to be able to look at their logic. So they don't go along with Kirchhoff's principle. They think that the algorithm and the key need to be a secret. So now we're going to look at different types of symmetric algorithms, block and stream, how they work differently and together. So we have symmetric algorithms, and like I said, that they use substitution and transposition. That's the basic components of what they actually use. We just have a lot of complex logic functions and mathematical functions that are using those operations. So there's two types of symmetric ciphers, block and stream. So a block cipher is conceptually very easy to understand. It takes a message and it splits it up into individual boxes. So let's say that I write you a message and I'm going to encrypt it with a block symmetric cipher. So the cipher is going to take my message and it's going to put it into blocks, maybe 64 bits, maybe 128 bits. It depends upon the algorithm itself. But it's going to cut it up into blocks, and then each block is going to be encrypted by itself. So block 1 of the message will be encrypted, then block 2 will be encrypted, and block 3, etc. So when you get my encrypted message, you have to have the same key, because it's an algorithm and a key, and we're still talking symmetric. You have to have the same key, and your system's going to reverse that, decrypt the last block, decrypt the next block, and put it all together until the plain text is readable to you. Now, the actual blocks are going through what we call rounds. And a round is the actual mathematics or the logic functions that are going to carry out the substitution and transposition functionality. So you could think of, and they're called S boxes for substitution boxes, so you could think of having all of these different rounds, these different boxes, and the first block has to go through one round, which means the mathematics are going to work on it to encrypt it. Now that box or that block is going to go to another S box. There's going to be more encryption taking place, and it's going to keep going through the necessary S boxes, which we call rounds. So it depends upon the actual algorithm on how many rounds each box is going to go through, because we'll look at DES. DES has 16 rounds, and what that means is each block is going to go through 16 different S boxes for the encryption, and then it's going to end up in a block of ciphertext. So the S blocks are commonly used, and they just contain the actual logic and mathematics that are used for the encryption process. Now, you know, we're at the binary level. Even though I write you a message and it has, you know, information about what's going on in the world, you know, when we're talking about anything in a computer, it's all broken down into binary. And so at the binary level, we have different mathematical functions, and one of them is XOR. There's other ones, and such, that could be used, but the one that is used the most in cryptography is XOR, because it's so simple to go one way or the other. So XOR has, you know, it's a mathematical rule, and what the rules are is if you have the same values that are XOR'd, then you end up with a 0. If they're different values, end up with 1. So, for example, 0 XOR'd to 0 is 0. They're the same values. 1 XOR'd to 1 is 0. They're the same. Now, if you have 0 XOR'd to 1, that's 1, because 1 and 0 are different. If you have 1 XOR to 0, that's 1. So that's the rule of, you know, how XOR works, and it's used commonly in stream ciphers, which is what we're going to look at. So a stream cipher is different than a block cipher. So there's two main types of algorithms within the symmetric world, stream or block. And the stream cipher isn't going to cut the message up into individual blocks and encrypt that one block at a time. It actually encrypts 1 bit at a time. What the algorithm does is it creates a key stream. And what the key stream is a whole stream of 1s and 0s. And those bits are actually going to be XOR'd to the bits of the message that's going to be encrypted. So you have an algorithm. You have a key that works with the algorithm to indicate, you know, what the sequence is of the different mathematics are going to be used. Then there's from the key and the algorithm, there'll be a key stream, which is binary numbers, and then your message is in binary. And so the first bit that comes out of the key stream is XOR'd to the first bit that's in your plaintext message, and whatever the result is, that's a ciphertext. So the second bit in the key stream is XOR'd to the second bit within your message, and that's the ciphertext. So each bit that comes out of the stream cipher is XOR'd to the individual bits of your message, and the result is the ciphertext. And you see how that's different than the block cipher. It's doing 1 bit at a time. So remember, we're talking about symmetric, which means that the receiver is actually going to have to recreate the same key stream to be able to reverse the process and get the plaintext. So what's going to happen at the receiver side is they'll have the algorithm, and they have to have the same key, and it's going to create the same key stream, and then it's going to XOR the individual bits from the key stream with the message until it's into its plaintext. So that's why XOR is used commonly in cryptography, because it's easy to go back and forth. Now, I don't know the actual level that CISSP exam is going to get into, if it's going to require you to understand initialization vectors. They may be getting into those, but I'm not positive, so I want to cover what that is. So initialization vector is basically like a seed value. If you have a stream cipher algorithm, then one value that's going to go into it is the key, and the other value that's going to go into it is the initialization vector. Because if you think about it, If you use the key to encrypt message 1, the same key to encrypt message 2, the same key to encrypt message 3, then there's going to be patterns that could be identified by the bad guy. So what happens is that you have a stream cipher, use the key as the instructions, and then you have this initialization vector, which should be different for each message. The initialization vector provides randomness to the process within a stream cipher. So you have key 1 used to encrypt your message, and you have initialization vector 1. Then the next message you could have key 1 and initialization vector 2. So it's just like a seed value that's used by the symmetric stream cipher to add more randomness, so there's not any patterns in the resulting ciphertext. Now, I said earlier that we have made mistakes in the industry on cryptography issues, and you know, overall cryptography can be pretty important, and pretty complex, because it's not just the algorithm. You're probably familiar with 802.11, which is the wireless standard, and you're also probably familiar with all the security holes. You know that there's a lot of security holes within wireless, and it's not because of, you know, wireless is going just through the air. That's why there's a lot of security issues. It's because the group that got together to create this standard, it's an IEEE group that gets together to create the standard. And what happened? What are these standards used for? Well, they're lay out basically how to build this type of functionality and build a product from the standard. So you come up, the IEEE comes up with a standard, and then the different vendors can come up with their own product, but it has to follow the standard so there could be interoperability. So in the 802.11, the group that got together maybe didn't have the right guy in the room, didn't have somebody who is a cryptographer or understands what actually needs to be in place. So what happened was that they chose the wrong algorithm first. They chose RC4, which is a stream cipher that should not be used in this type of situation, because stream ciphers inherently have a characteristic where you could flip a bit and the receiver wouldn't know about it. So they're within our WEP, which is used for the standard for encryption, it was proven that you could actually flip some bits and the receiver didn't know. The other thing about the standard is that it didn't say that the key had to be continuously changed out. And so, you know, the vendors just go by the standard. What do they know about cryptography? And so that's why, you know, a lot of our wireless devices and access points and all of this have the same key used over and over and over again. And it also didn't say that the keys needed to be automatically refreshed, like through a protocol. So a lot of the keys just stayed the same, and it would require some type of a manual update. And if I'm an administrator and we have like 1,000 users who have wireless laptops, am I going to continually go to each one of those laptops and manually going to change the key? No. I'm going to do it once, it's going to be a headache, and I'm not going to do it anymore. So the weaknesses are that they chose the wrong algorithm. They chose a stream cipher that can't allow some bits to actually be changed, and they didn't specify that the key has to be changed out. It should be changed out for each message or each packet. And the other thing was that they didn't say that the initialization vector had to be unique for each packet. So what the vendors did was just follow the standard. You had the same key over and over and over again, and then they used the same initialization vector too many times, which came up with patterns. So then you're able to break WEP and get access to the wireless traffic that had been encrypted. These aren't all of the security issues that happened with web, but this is what we're talking about. We're talking about keys, we're talking about algorithms, and we're talking about initialization vector. And because they had all of these problems, what individual vendors had to do was come up with their own security solution. So one came up with basically they're Band-Aids. One vendor comes up with a Band-Aid to provide more protection on the wireless data. Another one comes up with a different Band-Aid. Another one comes up with a different Band-Aid solution. So when they all come up with their own thing, their own solutions, they can't talk. They're no longer interoperable, which is why you have a standard in the first place. So that's why when you actually go and buy a wireless card, you should buy the access point from the same company because they had to come up with their own security solutions. When we get into telecommunications, we're going to talk about the new solutions that IEEE has come out to address these security issues. So we see that the necessary parts in for stream ciphers, just the key, the initialization vector, which should change out each time. It's a fixed value. The initialization vector is a fixed value, and so if the sender is going to create a stream cipher, or is going to create a key stream from the key and the initialization vector, then the receiver has to have the key and initialization vector also the same values, so they can create the same key stream to reverse and decrypt the message. So now we'll look a little bit deeper into symmetric algorithms, some of the problems we've run into with them, and then we'll get into asymmetric. We're going to see how they actually work, and then we're going to look at specific algorithms themselves. So the symmetric keys, we've already covered that means that the sender and receiver have to have the same key. But there are also some other issues we need to understand about using purely symmetric cryptography. There's some downfalls that we'll cover, and then we'll see what the industry came up with as solutions. So one of the things is that symmetric cryptography can only provide a confidentiality. It can't provide true authenticity. And why do you think that would be? It provides confidentiality where the message is actually encrypted, but it can't prove where it came from. It can't prove authenticity, and it can't prove non-repudiation. The reason that symmetric cryptography cannot provide those services is because at least two people have the same key. So let's say I wrote a message, I encrypted it with a symmetric key, and I sent it over to you, and then somebody comes along and says, Sean, why'd you write that message? And I'll say, well, you can't prove it was me through cryptography because that person has the same key, so maybe they did it. So with symmetric keys, it only provides confidentiality, not authenticity or non-repudiation. Now, another thing is, how do we protect these keys? I need to have you need to have the actual key to decrypt the message. Do I just send it to you, send you an email that's encrypted, and send the key with it? No, because then the key is in plain text, and anybody can get the key, decrypt the message, and there wasn't any use of me encrypting in the first place. So when there was a time in the industry that we only had symmetric algorithms. We didn't have asymmetric yet. We only had symmetric. And we had to figure out how to get the symmetric key to the destination in a secure manner, which means out of band. Out of band means that you're using some other way of getting information instead of the actual communication channel that you're using. So if you and I are communicating over the internet, I have to figure out a way to get the symmetric key to you in a secure manner that's not in band, it's out of band of the channel that we're using. So what used to take place is, let's say you have one building of people who need to talk to another building of people, and they want to do encryption, you actually had a person, a courier, that would take the actual, it's called like a master key, to the other building, and each individual would be assigned a symmetric key. So it was a physical manner of getting the symmetric key to the destination. So if I wanted to email somebody in the other facility in a secure manner, I had to wait for the courier to get there, wait for them to get the symmetric key assigned to them, get it plugged in. So it wasn't, as efficient as we have today. Now, another thing with using symmetric cryptography is the amount of keys that's needed, because each individual should use, we should just have one key, you and I. And then if I'm talking to another person communicating through encryption, that's another key. Everybody shouldn't be sharing the same symmetric key. So, that's okay if I've got to manage keys and I'm only talking to maybe 5 people. But what if I'm talking to, 45 people? Then that's 45 individual keys that I'm going to need to maintain. So security, or with symmetric keys, that there's a key management issue. And to be able to figure out how many keys you actually need, there's a little formula, which is n multiplied by n minus 1 over 2. So n is the number of users. You multiply that by n minus 1 and you divide it by 2, which that indicates how many keys you need. So if you had, let's say, 5 people, you would put the 5 in the equation and come up with the number of keys that you have to maintain. So if it's 10 users, there's 45 keys. If there's 1,000 users, that's close to 500,000 keys. So that's another downfall with using just symmetric. So we're going to look at actual symmetric algorithms, right? And for now, you need to know which ones are symmetric, like DES, triple DES, blowfish, two-fish, IDA, RC4, AES. There's a whole set of algorithms that you're going to have to know are symmetric, and then we're going to go into the different characteristics of some of these algorithms. So the downfalls with using just symmetric cryptography is key distribution, because how do we get the key securely to the destination? It has to happen out of band. Scalability issue, which means all the keys that we have to keep track of. There's a key management issue if we have a lot of people and we're using symmetric keys. And there's limited security, which means that the symmetric keys can provide confidentiality, but they can't provide authenticity or non-repudiation. It's important that you know all of these characteristics of symmetric cryptography. And like I said, the reason that symmetric cryptography cannot provide non-repudiation or authenticity is because at least 2 people have the same key. Sometimes somebody has kind of a problem with that. They say, well, we could tell because your IP address, or well, we could tell because there's some other software. But what we're talking about is purely with just cryptography. You can't say that it actually came from a specific person. Now we're going to go into asymmetric cryptography and see how that's different than symmetric. Basically, in asymmetric, we have 2 different types of keys. We have a public key and we have a private key. And the public key, of course, by its name, you can give it out to anybody. It's public. Anybody can have your public key. The private key you have to keep secret. That's the one that has to be properly protected. So what happens when you need to create a key pair, the algorithm is going to create a public key and a private key at the same time, and they're mathematically related. So when something's encrypted by the public key, the private key can decrypt it because they're mathematically related. Now, the keys actually have a dual nature. It doesn't mean you have to encrypt, all encryption takes place with the public key. The private key can be used for encryption purposes, which we're going to talk about. So you need to know that each one of them can do encryption and decryption. And also, if I have, let's say I have your public key and I encrypt something, it can only be decrypted with your private key. So I can't encrypt a message with Tom's public key and send it to you, and just because you have a private key you could decrypt it. They have to go together. Anything encrypted with a public key has to be decrypted with the private key that was generated with it. So let's make sure that we have these pieces down, that we understand what we've gone over so far, because these are the foundational concepts that we're going to build upon. Symmetric keys, the symmetric algorithms. What are the type of symmetric algorithms that are out there that have been developed? Either stream or block. So a block, algorithm is going to take that message, cut it up into individual blocks, and encrypt one block at a time. A stream cipher is going to create that key stream and encrypt one bit at a time. So that's symmetric cryptography. Those are the two types. And what symmetric cryptography is going to use is substitution and transposition. And if we're using just symmetric cryptography, what are the downfalls we need to know about? The downfalls are that we have a scalability issue, the amount of keys that have to be generated and sent out, and you keep track of them. Out of band, that we have to get that key to the destination securely, which has to be out of band, and that symmetric cryptography only provides confidentiality. It doesn't provide authentication or non-repudiation. So that's those are the things that we need to know about symmetric algorithms. Now, asymmetric, what do we need to know there? Each person has a public and a private key. The public key can be given out to anybody. And you give out a public key, somebody's going to encrypt the message with the public key, it comes back to you, and you decrypt the message with your private key. And there's not a scalability issue because one person can send their public key out to as many people as necessary. And that public key doesn't have to be protected during transmission. We could send it through email or send it through the internet because it's made specifically to be public. It's the private key that nobody should get a hold of. And that asymmetric can provide authenticity or authentication and non-repudiation. Because if I use my private key to encrypt something, then it proves that it came from me. So I can't say that I did not send it. So those are the things that we need to remember, the differences between symmetric and asymmetric up to this point. So it seems like asymmetric, deals with all the issues we had with symmetric. Just like I talked about, it provides these security services we need. We don't have a key management issue. We don't have to do this whole out-of-band thing. So why don't we just go to asymmetric and just call it a day? Well, there's always something. There's always a catch. And the catch is that asymmetric algorithms work too slow. They work too slow compared to symmetric algorithms because their mathematics is a lot more complex. With symmetric algorithms, the mathematics and the logic functions are more simple in nature compared to the asymmetric. So asymmetric encryption and decryption actually takes too long. And some of the asymmetric algorithms actually can't encrypt a large amount of data. So asymmetric seems to deal with all the issues with this, that we have with symmetric, but it's too slow. So we just can't seem to win. Now, one thing I do want to cover real quickly is, as if cryptography is not confusing enough, and we just can't seem to call an apple an apple. In symmetric cryptography, you can, on the exam and in the industry, you can see a single key encryption, which means symmetric cryptography. You could say secret key. Now, we talked about secret key versus session keys when we went through Kerberos and the access control domain. And remember, the secret key is static. You use that key over and over again until you actually change it. The session key is good for one session. So after it's used for one session, then it's destroyed. Now, unfortunately, some resources can call symmetric key private key encryption, which I hate. Because really it's asymmetric that has a private key and a public key. So I really don't like that. In you can refer to symmetric cryptography as private key because it's not a good fit. But anyway, I'm obviously not the one who makes all the decisions. And you just need to be aware of, if you see private key in a question, just remember that they could be talking about symmetric algorithms. So we went through the differences between symmetric and asymmetric. These are important for you, not to only understand that you have to memorize them, but conceptually you have to understand the differences, because we're going to build upon how these are used together, why they're used together, and how they're used in different applications and protocols. So we'll now look at asymmetric algorithm examples. Here's a list. We have RSA, we have ECC, Diffie-Hellman, El-Gamal, Knapsack. These are the asymmetric algorithms that you would need to know for the CISSP exam. So right now all we're saying is these are asymmetric algorithms, and we're going to dive deeper into some of their characteristics once we cover how symmetric and asymmetric work together. So let's go through some questions that I have found to be very useful in the class. If I encrypt data with my public key, who can decrypt it? Only I can decrypt it because I have my private key. So if something's encrypted with my public key, only I can decrypt it because I have the private key. If I encrypt data with my private key, who can decrypt it? Anyone with my public key. So if I encrypt something with my private key, anybody with my public key could decrypt it. So why in the world would I do that if everybody could decrypt it? Well, I would use my private key to encrypt data so that whoever is going to receive it knows that it came from me. Because I'm using my private key, they know that it actually came from me, which is authentication, and then along with authentication goes non-repudiation. So again, if I encrypt something with my private key, anybody can decrypt it. And there's no confidentiality there, because anybody with my public key can decrypt it. Now, if you encrypt data with your public key, so if some type of data is encrypted with your public key, who can decrypt it? Only you, because you have the private key. So I can write you a message, encrypt it with the public key, send it over the line, and I don't have to worry about anybody being able to get the message, decrypt it, and read it, because it can only be decrypted with your private key. Now, what if I encrypt data with your private key? Who can decrypt it? I should never have your private key. That was a trick question. only the individual, the owner, should have their private key. So when asymmetric is new to people, these concepts get very confusing for them, which way it goes. So make sure that you understand if something's encrypted with the public key, what actually decrypts it and vice versa. Now, if I encrypt data with my public key, what type of security service is provided? That would be confidentiality. Because let's say, so if something's encrypted with my public key, let's say you write a message and you encrypt it with my public key, you send it over to me, and I'm using my private key to decrypt that message. Only I can read the message because I have the private key. So that's confidentiality. Now, what if I encrypt data with my private key? What security services are provided? If I encrypt something with my private key, then what's provided is authentication and non-repudiation, because anybody with my public key can decrypt it. So that does not provide confidentiality. And if somebody encrypts data with your public key, what services are provided? Confidentiality, because only you have the private key to decrypt it. So it may seem as though I'm a little repetitive here, but I've taught cryptography for so many years that I know where people kind of get hung up. So I don't want to go quickly over this. And again, if some of this stuff seems confusing, make sure you get it. And also, you may get it now while you're going through this course, but you have to understand it when you take the test and when you're out in the industry. So right now, you may have it all mapped out, but make sure down the road you have these core foundational pieces understood. So confidentiality is provided if we're using the public key. Now, let's say that I want all of it. I want confidentiality, I want authentication, I want non-repudiation, I want it all. What has to happen? Well, how it works is I write you a message. Now, that's a lot of data. That has to be encrypted with a symmetric key. We cannot encrypt a message with an asymmetric key because it works too slow, and some of them can't actually encrypt over a certain bit size. So I write you a message that is encrypted with a symmetric key. It's called bulk data. Symmetric keys encrypt bulk data. Now I have an encrypted message and I have a symmetric key. Can I just send those two down the line to you? No, that symmetric key has to be protected. So how do we protect that symmetric key? We encrypt the symmetric key with an asymmetric key. So I encrypt the message with a symmetric key, the message itself, so then I have a symmetric key. To protect that symmetric key, I encrypt it with an asymmetric key and send it to you. What you're going to do is you're going to take the asymmetric key, decrypt and extract the symmetric key, and use that symmetric key to decrypt the message. So the symmetric key is used to encrypt bulk data. Like I said, bulk data means that there's a lot of data. It's used to encrypt the message itself. Why don't we use asymmetric to encrypt the message and not worry about symmetric keys? That's because asymmetric algorithms cannot encrypt a large amount of data, just a small amount of data. So I am going to encrypt any type of message or data I have to send to you. It'll be with a symmetric key. So I write you a message, and that message is encrypted with a symmetric key. Now I have a symmetric key and an encrypted message. I cannot send that symmetric key along in band unprotected, because somebody can get that symmetric key and decrypt the message. I have to protect that symmetric key. So I'm going to encrypt it with an asymmetric key. Once I encrypt that symmetric key with an asymmetric key, now I have an encrypted message and an encrypted symmetric key. That's what I'm going to send to the receiver. So the receiver gets the symmetric key that's encrypted with an asymmetric key, and they get a message that's encrypted with the symmetric key. So what do they need to do to be able to get to the plain text message? They need to decrypt the symmetric key with their asymmetric key. So I've encrypted the symmetric key with their public key, and they have to decrypt it with their private key. So once they do that decryption, now they have the symmetric key. Now that they have the symmetric key, they can decrypt the message. Now let's think about something here. If I went through the same process, let's say that I wrote a message and I encrypted the message with the symmetric key, and then that symmetric key, what if I encrypted that with my private key? So the question is, I wrote you a message, I encrypted it with a symmetric key, so I have the symmetric key. What if I encrypt that symmetric key with my private key? Well, then anybody who has my public key can decrypt and extract the symmetric key, use that key to decrypt the message. So that's why the sender has to have the receiver's public key. The symmetric key is encrypted with the receiver's public key, because then only the receiver can decrypt and extract that symmetric key, use the symmetric key to decrypt the message. So again, I have to use your public key. I don't use my public key because you don't have my private key to do the decryption. It has to be the receiver's public key. And these public keys, there's different places to be able to get them. Somebody can send you their public key. A lot of times they're held in repositories, or they'll be on a domain controller, so they're easily available. It doesn't have to directly come from the user, and we'll talk about how that takes place within a PKI environment, how you get a hold of somebody's public key very easily. So I've encrypted the symmetric key with your public key, and only you can decrypt it with your private key. So again, if this is new to you, make sure that you go through this a few times, because a lot of people don't understand these steps. Now the neat thing is that once you understand these foundational steps, you basically understand how most cryptography works in all the products. It's not like an email client does it one way and another email client does another way. This is how it's done. In email, across the board, this is how it's done. Even other protocols and other applications, if they need to send data, this is how it's done. So you've learned foundational information that it applies to protocols and different applications. So don't think that this is just one way that that an application does it. This is the way that bulk data, any type of messages, are encrypted and sent. So what this is referred to is a digital envelope. The message is encrypted, the symmetric key is encrypted, and that's a digital envelope that goes over to the receiver for them to extract. So why would we encrypt email? Well, that's where sensitive information. It could be sensitive information. It's very easy to fake emails or eavesdrop on them as they go over the wire. Authentication, we need to know who actually sent this email. So we would need to use asymmetric cryptography. Integrity, Now we're going to talk about integrity algorithms. They're a totally different set of algorithms than what we've talked about right now. What we've covered is symmetric algorithms and asymmetric algorithms, and what provides integrity are called hashing algorithms, which we'll get to. So and we want confidentiality. We want to make sure that only the receiver can read our message. So again, we've talked about the difference between the secret key and the session key. The secret key is static. You use it until it's actually changed out. The session key is good for one session. So really what happens, what I just talked about, when I write you a message and it's encrypted with the symmetric key, that should be a session key. I should not write two messages and use the same symmetric key or use the same secret key. So when I write you a message, that symmetric key should be session. So it's only good for that email. Now, in some products, developers didn't understand this piece about cryptography, so they would use the same key over and over and over again to encrypt all the messages. And anything that's used over and over again provides patterns, which allow the bad guy to reverse engineer and figure out that key. So we'll look at some specific asymmetric algorithms and how they actually work. Now, I said that for quite some time we only had symmetric cryptography. That's it. That's all we had. And how the story goes is that a gentleman came to do a talk to a bunch of cryptographers, and his name is Duffy, and he was going to give this talk. And he didn't have like an algorithm actually worked out, not the mathematics, but it was kind of a concept, kind of an idea about asymmetric cryptography. So he gives a speech and nobody buys it. You know, they don't really pay much attention to it. They're like, we have symmetric keys and that's all that's going to work. But somebody, this is how the story goes, somebody came and told Duffy that somebody else gave a similar type of a speech with a similar type of information or concept. So these two people, Duffy and Hellman, were the ones that conceptually thought about an asymmetric algorithm, and they came up with the first asymmetric algorithm in the industry. It's called a key agreement protocol, and we're going to see why it really uses that name. Now, with Duffy-Hellman, it's an asymmetric algorithm, so each user has their own private and public key. So I have my private and public key, you have your private and public key. In Duffy-Hellman, we exchange public keys. So I have your public key and you have my public key. Now through the mathematics, I'm going to use my private key, which is just a number, and I'm going to use your public key, which is just a number, and I'm going to put it through this algorithm, and it's going to come up with a symmetric key. Now what you're going to do is you're going to take your private key, my public key, run it through the Duffy-Hellman algorithm, and you're going to come up with the exact same symmetric key. So, you know, this is kind of freaky about how can you use different numbers and come up with the exact same value. But that's the excellence. I mean, that's why this math is elegant. And so what it allows us to do, you and I don't know each other, but we may need to communicate privately through encryption. So we'll just send public keys, and that's okay because they're public. Anybody can get them. We just exchange public keys, and with this algorithm we both have the same symmetric key. So that means you can use your symmetric key to encrypt a message sent to me and send it over, and I have the necessary symmetric key to decrypt the message, and vice versa. So, and this is the only algorithm that works this way. All the other asymmetric algorithms work the way that I just talked about, of encrypting that symmetric key and sending it over with the message. Diffie-Hellman is the only one that has one symmetric key that is created on two different systems. With the other asymmetric key, there's one symmetric key that encrypts the message that has to be encrypted and sent over the receiver. Now, Diffie-Hellman is based on calculating discrete logarithms in a finite field. We're certainly not going to go through that because I don't remember it from college. But it is something that you need to know. You'll need to know the type of mathematics that the different asymmetric algorithms use. So Diffie-Hellman uses discrete logarithms in a finite field. Now, Diffie-Hellman is also vulnerable to man-in-the-middle attacks. And the reason that it's vulnerable to this is if I send you my public key, how do you know it's my public key? What if it was somebody else's public key? You don't know because we don't have any type of pre-authentication. If we did some type of pre-authentication and I prove who I am, and then I send my public key over to you, then you'll know that's my public key. But that's not how Diffie-Hellman works. We both exchange our public keys, and we don't know necessarily that it's really that person's public key. So that's how it's vulnerable to a man-in-the-middle attack. Now, does that mean that every time this algorithm is used, this flaw or this vulnerability is there? No. Because what happens is that whoever, like the developer, needs to understand how Diffie-Hellman works and have something to do authentication before these public keys are transmitted, which is very common. It can happen with digital certificates that we'll talk about in PKI. So it's vulnerable to a man-in-the-middle attack, but it doesn't mean wherever it's used that protocol or that application is vulnerable. But if the developer does not understand how Diffie-Hellman works and they don't put a compensating security mechanism in place, then it could be vulnerable to a man-in-the-middle attack. Now, Diffie-Hellman is called, technically, the right term for it is a key agreement protocol. A key agreement, because it's just exchanging public keys and creating that symmetric key. It doesn't do any, it doesn't itself do any data encryption, and it can't provide the service of creating digital signatures. It could just do key agreement protocol. So just one more time, you and I need to communicate securely. So if we're both using Diffie-Hellman, I'm going to create my private key and public key. You're going to create your own private and public key. We're going to exchange public keys. The mathematics on our system using Diffie-Hellman is going to create the same session key on both systems. So we don't have to have, we don't have to know each other. We don't have to have something set up where we have to exchange any other type of data. So that means that you can communicate to anybody and have confidentiality provided because there's a creation of a symmetric key. So Diffie-Hellman is the first asymmetric algorithm, and we have a lot more after that. And one of the most commonly used is RSA algorithm. It's a de facto algorithm, a de facto asymmetric algorithm, which means that it's not an official standard, but it works really well and everybody just kind of uses it. That's what a de facto standard means. Now, RSA actually uses a different type of mathematics. It's based on all asymmetric algorithms are based on a one-way function. And what a one-way function means is there's something that's easy to do in one direction, but basically impossible to do in the other direction without knowing a secret. So again, a one-way function means there's something that can be an operation that can happen very easily this way, but basically impossible to happen this way. And in RSA, what is used is the difficulty of factoring large numbers. So to get the one-way idea across, a lot of times I tell people it's like you could easily drop a glass. That's the easy thing. But how do you put that glass back together again? That's the difficult part. So I said that RSA is based on the difficulty of factoring large numbers. It's actually factoring large numbers into their original prime numbers. A prime number is a number that can be divided by 1 or itself. So it seems as though, we know how to factor. I mean, 15, that's 3 and 5. I mean, that's not too difficult. We know how to factor numbers. But these are huge numbers. They're huge numbers. And to be able to factor them into their original prime numbers, that's very difficult. So that's actually what the mathematics is based on, the difficulty of the breaking this type of encryption, is that to be able to break it when somebody uses the public key when using RSA, the public key basically does the easy way in a one-way function. It will encrypt the message. Then it's sent over to the destination. The destination has to basically go the hard way, which means it has to factor that large number into their original prime numbers, because those original prime numbers are going to be used within the formula to decrypt the message. But the public key and the private key were made at the same time, so they're mathematically related. So when somebody encrypts a message with a public key, that's the easy direction. It comes over to the private key. Now the private key knows a secret. It's not going to have to brute force and try to figure it out. It knows a secret, and it knows how to get to those prime numbers quickly, so it could use those to decrypt the message. Now, what we call this secret that the asymmetric, the private key knows, is the trapdoor, and it's kind of a weird way to use this term, trapdoor, because a lot of times in the industry, trapdoor would mean like a back door into a system. But again, I don't name everything. I don't name anything, actually. And so the private key has a trapdoor, which just means that it knows how to get that large number that was used for the calculation and the encryption back to the original prime. So again, the public key is doing the easy part. And the easy part is multiplication. You could just take two prime numbers and multiply them. That's the easy part. The hard part is taking the result of that and factoring it into the original prime numbers, which is what the private key has to do. Now, RSA algorithm, you may have actually configured things to use different types of algorithms, and you chose key sizes, and it could be up to you, or it could be up to like the administrator who is configuring some type of application used in the enterprise. RSA can do key exchange, digital signatures. It can actually create digital signatures that which we'll talk about. So we said that Diffie-Hellman cannot create digital signatures, but RSA can. So RSA can do encryption, key exchange, and digital signatures. It's important that you know which type of functions are assigned, or which type of algorithms can do specific functions. Now, another asymmetric algorithm you need to know about is ElGamal. It's not one that's used as much as like RSA, but it is out there, And it also is based on calculating discrete logarithms in a finite field. So just like Diffie-Hellman. Now, ElGamal can do the same types of functions that the RSA can do, which is digital signatures, encryption, and key exchange. And when we say key exchange, you could send your public key to somebody, and they can use that public key to encrypt the symmetric key that needs to come back to you. Now, another algorithm that's a little bit newer is called ECC, Elliptical Curve Crypto System. And what makes ECC different than the other asymmetric algorithms is it uses a different type of mathematics that's not as complex as the other asymmetric algorithms. And basically, we're not going to go through exactly the mathematics, but basically on elliptical curves, it takes points and uses those in its mathematic equations to do the encryption. Now, since the ECC mathematics are more simplistic than the other asymmetric algorithms, it doesn't take as much processing power. So ECC is commonly used in resources that don't have a lot of processing power, a lot of memory, like our PDAs or our phones that could do encryption. So ECC is commonly used in those types of devices because it doesn't require as much processing. Now, another thing with ECC is that a smaller key than like an RSA key can provide the same amount of protection. So the smaller key size in ECC, when you map them together, so let's say that ECC, you have a key size of 320 bits. Now, the level of protection that provides, the RSA key would have to be 5,120 bits. And so not only does it work faster, but it provides more protection, or it doesn't provide more protection. It's just that you don't have to have as large of a key to provide the same amount of protection that other asymmetric keys provide. Now, one thing also is that what does it really mean if an algorithm is broken? Over time, algorithms have been broken, and what does that really mean? Well, most of the time, it just means that somebody actually figured out the key. That's why I do this. When I talked about a brute force attack, you have, I'll get your message, the ciphertext, and I have to try key after key after key to figure out which is the right key that you used. I could be really lucky. The first key I try could be the key that you used. So does that mean that the algorithm is no good anymore? No, it doesn't mean it's no good anymore. It just means that for environments that require high security, like the NSA and different government places, shouldn't use that type of algorithm. They'll move to a different, more secure algorithm. But that algorithm can still be used in the environment just fine, because to actually figure out that key, the algorithms today takes an amazing amount of processing and time to do it. So it's really, who are your enemies? If you provide telecommunication services, or you work at a grocery store, or you create some type of product, are your enemies really going to build like $1 million system to try to break this algorithm to get to your key? Probably not. But if you're the NSA or somebody like that, then countries will put that much resources towards it. So that's sometimes, that's not the only way that algorithms could be broken, but they're not really broken. It's just that somebody found out a key. Now, we shouldn't really have to worry about that, because I said that a session key should be used. So you should have a new key for each message that you're actually encrypting. If they figured out a session key, who cares? You're going to use a different session key the next time. It's when the developers don't understand that type of protection, and they develop the products that use the same key over and over again. And we have products that do that, that don't change out the session key and have that type of vulnerability. But I just wanted to go over that if a CISSP algorithm is broken, that doesn't mean all of a sudden everybody runs away. We don't use it anymore. We shouldn't really have to worry about it because it should be using a session key, and most companies or organizations don't have the enemies that will spend the amount of money on, millions of dollars on all the processing power that's needed to do that. So the asymmetric mathematics, we said that RSA is based on factoring large numbers into their individual prime. You need to know that. The other asymmetric algorithms that we talked about use the mathematics of discrete logarithms in a finite field. You need to know that. So asymmetric security, asymmetric algorithms, they provide what type of security or what type of services? They provide non-repudiation. And why is that? Because if you encrypt something with your private key, you can't deny that you sent that. So only asymmetric can provide non-repudiation. Symmetric cryptography cannot. It could provide access control because only one person has that private key to be able to get access to something sensitive. And authentication we talked about is that if I use my private key, you know that it actually came from me. So what are the two types of symmetric algorithms? Two types of symmetric algorithms. That's block and stream. Remember that block takes a message, cuts it up into individual blocks, encrypts those one at a time. Stream will encrypt one bit at a time because the algorithm's creating that key stream. And asymmetric, the two types of mathematics that are used are factoring large numbers and discrete logarithms in a finite field. So these are things that you need to know, and we're actually going to build on top of these concepts. So we've looked at some asymmetric algorithms. We looked at how Diffie-Hellman works, how RSA works, and El-Gamal. Now we're going to look at some symmetric algorithms and how they work and how one's different than the other. Now, data encryption standard, DES, was used for 20 years. It had a long lifetime. It was used to encrypt sensitive but unclassified data within the government. Again, it was used to protect sensitive but unclassified data. And what's something kind of funny is when I first was writing my book, the all-in-one book, the first edition, when I was writing about these algorithms, and I got to DES, and I said that it protects sensitive but unclassified data, and I kept wondering, well, what algorithms are used to classify or to encrypt classified data? What algorithms are used to encrypt secret data or top secret data? And I studied and I studied and I studied, I researched and read all these books, and I couldn't find, what's actually used to classify more sensitive data within the DoD. So I actually emailed one of the authors of an encryption book, and I asked him that. I said, I see that this is what DES is used for. What are the other algorithms that are used to encrypt top secret data or secret data by the government? And his reply to me was very simple. He said, I don't know and you don't know. And then I got it. Because DES is known about because it's going to encrypt unclassified data that can be available to the public. Their secret, top secret, and other layers of classification are encrypted by their own algorithms that are developed by their own cryptographers, and we don't know anything about it. And that's how they want it. So DES was developed specifically for this purpose. Now, in the 70s, 60s, 70s, the United States government was pretty freaky about encryption. They didn't want anybody to have encryption capabilities. And the reason is because the NSA's job is to, watch traffic, figure out if somebody's going to try to do something to the nation. And they couldn't actually break some level or some types of encryption. So, people didn't have encryption at a certain time. It wasn't in all the software like it is now. And what it's kind of interesting about DES is that there's a gentleman that wanted to practice in cryptography. He came, I think, from Germany. He was working at one university, and the government put pressure and shut his work down. He went to another place, and the government wasn't necessarily after him. The government just didn't want encryption to be built so it can get into their enemies' hands and they can't snoop in on the traffic. And then this guy went to IBM, and obviously IBM had a lot of push and a great relationship with the DoD. So this guy comes up with an algorithm that is DES. He created, well, with a team, I'm sure, DES. And so it's very ironic that the United States government kept saying, you can't do it, you can't do it. And once they just let him work, he created the algorithm that was used for 20 years. Now, what happens when a new algorithm is needed, the NSA and NIST get together and lay out the requirements. And then, they publish the requirements. Then all the different companies and cryptographers come up with their algorithms. They submit them to the NSA and NIST for testing. And then one algorithm is actually chosen for this standard. So DES actually stands for Data Encryption Standard. It's actually a standard. The algorithm that was accepted for DES is called Lucifer. So the guy who actually created at IBM with his team, he created this algorithm. It was called Lucifer. That was the one that was accepted. Now that algorithm had a key size of 128 bits. And at the time, the NSA knew that it didn't have enough processing power to break anything encrypted with that size of key. So they took the Lucifer algorithm and reduced the key size to 64-bit and renamed it Data Encryption Algorithm, DEA. So the actual algorithm that fulfills the standard is DEA, Data Encryption Algorithm. We just call it DES. We just call it by the standard. Now I point that out because you could see questions on DEA and you'll be like, I have no idea what that is, or it'll be spelled out, Data Encryption Algorithm. Data Encryption Algorithm is DES. They're really the same thing. So the exam has hit DES a lot, but now it's going more towards its replacement, which we'll talk about, which is AES. But there are specific things that you need to know about DES. DES is a block cipher. It's a symmetric algorithm. It's block cipher, so it cuts the messages up into blocks, and those block sizes are 64 bits. Remember that I said you have a message, block cipher is going to cut it up into individual blocks, and if it's using DES, then those blocks are going to be 64 bits. And remember in block ciphers that it's going to go through rounds, S boxes. Each round is the mathematical and logical functions that indicate, how the bits are going to be encrypted. So one block of the message will go through several rounds. And if you're using DES, then it's going to go through 16 rounds. Every block is going to go through 16 rounds. So you need to know that DES is a symmetric block cipher. It uses 64-bit blocks, and it has 16 rounds. And you also need to know that a true key size is 56 bits. The key size is 64 bits. The true key bit size is 56 bits because 8 bits are parity. For some reason, that's important for you to know. Now, DES was actually broken. It was used for 20 years, and then somebody built a computer with a whole bunch of processors and broke DES, which just means they found out the key. And like I said, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden DES can't be used anymore, but the environments that had more sensitive data needed to move to a more secure algorithm. And everybody else could still use DES because they don't have those type of enemies. So they knew that NIST and NSA had to come up with new requirements for the replacement for DES, and that would take a long time. It would take a long time to test all the algorithms. So what they did was they said, well, let's just use DES over and over again so it provides more protection. So they tried double DES. That just means you run a block through the block. You take each block, run it through the rounds, and do it again. Run it through the rounds. That's what double DES is. But the work factor was exactly the same as the work factor for single DES. So it provided no more protection. So since double DES didn't provide any more protection than single DES, they just thought, hey, let's try it 3 times. So triple DES provided more protection, and that was used for a long time. Actually, we still use triple DES. And again, the reason that we did this is because the NIST and NSA had to come up with specifications for the new DES, the new algorithm that would be used to encrypt sensitive but unclassified data. So triple DES means just like it sounds. One block is going to go through the algorithm, and it's going to go through the algorithm again and algorithm again to provide the necessary level of protection. But of course, that's you get a performance hit because you have to have each block go through all of those rounds. Now, DES works or triple DES could work in different modes. And if you see like DES-EEE3, that means encrypt, encrypt, encrypt with 3 different keys. If you see EDE, that means encrypt, decrypt, encrypt. Now, why would you want to encrypt the data, decrypt it, and then encrypt it again? How can that provide any protection? Well, what you're doing is you're decrypting with a different key. So you encrypt it with key 1, you decrypt it with key 2, and by doing that, it's really just jumbling up the bits even more. So EEE3 means encrypt, encrypt, encrypt with 3 different keys. EDE is encrypt, decrypt, encrypt, and it could be using 2 or 3 keys. The actual developer chooses the mode if they want to use 2 or 3 keys. 2 keys means you're not going to have as big as a performance hit as 3 keys. Now, all block ciphers can work in different modes, and these modes are usually difficult for people because they're not used to them. They have a hard time relating to where they actually fit in the real world. And what it means that a symmetric algorithm can work in a different mode means that the developer will choose a specific mode for algorithm for whatever it's being used for. So if a developer's created an application to encrypt a lot of data, then basically they write and make a system call to the algorithm, and then they put the parameters behind their system call which indicates what mode to use that's passed into the algorithm. So if maybe the application's only going to encrypt a small amount of data, so the developer would make a system call to the library, and then the parameters behind it would be different because it's working in a different mode. So that's what it means when a block algorithm is working in a different mode. And we're going to go through the different modes and what they mean and how they work. But a lot of people have a hard time figuring out where they work in the world. And it's within an application that's using a block cipher, and the developer has chosen what mode to actually use the algorithm in. So the first mode that we'll look at is CBC, cipher block chaining. And this is the most common mode for DES and AES. So what it means, cipher block chaining. Well, remember that we talked about what block encryption takes place. I write you a message, then the message is cut up into individual blocks. Now, this first block goes through the encryption process, and you end up with a block of ciphertext. Now, the second block has to be encrypted, but what the algorithm does is use this resulting ciphertext to help encrypt the next block. So again, we have a message. It's cut up into individual blocks. The first block goes through the algorithm and comes up with a ciphertext block. That ciphertext, those bits, are used by the algorithm to encrypt the next block. And then the third block is encrypted with what the result was from the second block. So the reason that it's set up this way is because it provides a lot of randomness. Using the ciphertext to encrypt the next block, we don't necessarily know what that ciphertext is. It'll keep changing. It depends on the plaintext. So the CBC provides a lot of randomness by using that chaining approach of bringing forward the ciphertext to encrypt the next block. Now, on the first block, we don't have ciphertext to bring forward. So the first block that has to go through the algorithm, actually there's an initialization vector that works with the key. We talked about an initialization vector, which is basically like a random value, a seeding value. So on the first block, we don't have ciphertext to bring forward to encrypt it. So what's used on that first block is initialization vector and the key. So like I said, the developer actually chooses the mode that the algorithm can work in, and it's not just DES. These modes are for different block ciphers. Now, another mode we're going to look at is ECB. ECB does not use any chaining. So what happens is it's still a block cipher. So you take the block, the first block, it goes through the algorithm, you come up with the ciphertext, and then you take the second block, it goes through the algorithm, and that ciphertext is not used to encrypt. So again, we have a message, the first block goes through the algorithm, and then you have a block of ciphertext. That ciphertext is not used to encrypt the second block. And the reason is because CBC, that mode, is used to encrypt large amounts of data. And if we have large amounts of data to encrypt, it could be provide patterns. That's why we use CBC, because it provides more randomness. ECB doesn't have that chaining, so it doesn't provide as much randomness. So ECB is a mode that we use to encrypt a small amount of data, like your PIN number on, let's say, your memory card, your ATM card. That would be encrypted with a symmetric key in ECB. So ECB is for small amounts of data. So ECB is the mode to use to encrypt a small amount of data, because when you use the key to encrypt the text, you're always going to come up with the same ciphertext. There's not going to be enough randomness. In CBC, when you're going to use your key, but you're going to use that other ciphertext to encrypt the next block, so it's always, the resulting ciphertext is always going to be different. There's more randomness there. Now there's two other modes, cipher feedback mode and output feedback mode. And before we get into this, you know, I know that just from teaching this and being around CISSP a lot, I know that people are just preparing for the exam and, you know, things like this, they just try to memorize and dump it on the exam. But when I first took the CISSP exam, there were no study books. There was nothing to actually study and zero in, and that's why I wrote the CISSP book, because there wasn't anything out there to really study. And I did that because I did the same thing. I took the exam, and a lot of stuff I didn't really fully understood, but I memorized it, and I just didn't like that. I passed, and I didn't know all the information. I just memorized it. So I know that people do that, and that's you know, it's your choice, but not necessarily that you need to know, you know, cipher feedback mode, that's going to come up in your career. But actually knowing this information is a lot different than just passing the exam. So when I started, I was a security consultant before I passed this exam, and I'm still a security consultant. And because I know this information, not just because I have a CISSP, but I know this information, I'm a much better, well-rounded consultant. So people kind of get frustrated around this point when we're talking about these modes and everything. They're like, I'll never see this. Why do I have to know it? Well, you might. There's a lot of things that I would never have caught working with organizations if I didn't know a lot of this information that I thought I was never going to run across. So there are these two other modes, cipher feedback mode and output feedback mode, are similar. And remember, we're talking about a block cipher. Well, if they're in these modes, one of these modes, it's actually a block cipher that's working like a key stream, stream cipher. So it's actually a combination of block and stream. And we're going to look at a graphic to show you how that works. But the reason is because sometimes you have a smaller amount of data to encrypt other than like a 64-bit, you know, a message, you cut that up into 64-bit blocks and you have to encrypt it. Sometimes you only have 8 bits, sometimes you have 1 bit. Let's say I'm at a terminal that's communicating to the terminal server. So each, you know, click on the keyboard is actually sending over data in real time. It's not necessarily being buffered on my system. It's being sent over in real time. And that could be 8 bits that need to be encrypted and go over. Well, if we used a regular block cipher that is in like CBC or ECB mode, that would have to be padded. You'd only have 8 bits, and the rest of that would have to be padded. So that's not efficient, and it's not necessarily the most secure way. So like I said, the developer determines what mode the algorithm is going to work in, and it depends on what's actually being encrypted. The CFB, like I said, an example is a terminal client communicating to a server. OFB would be in a noisy environment, in an environment where text can more easily get corrupted. And you could see the difference here where CFB mode, we have a key and initialization vector that is used with the algorithm, and it says that there's a random value. Really what that random value is the key stream. So the plain text is XORed with that key stream, that random value, and you see that that ciphertext is used to encrypt the next block. So there's actually chaining involved. Now, the only difference between these two modes, CFB and OFB, is that if you look at OFB, it's not taking the ciphertext that is encrypted, that was created before. It's actually taking the data directly from what's generated in the key stream. Now, the reason for that is because there's some environments that are more noisy or chaotic, and there's more of a chance that that ciphertext would get corrupted. If that ciphertext is corrupted and it's continually chained through to encrypt more and more data, then you're just, continuing the errors. So, like satellite communication, if that needs to be encrypted, it would be in OFB mode, because there's it's more of a chaotic, noisy environment that could corrupt that ciphertext that would just repopulate or continue when it's if it's chained to encrypt the next blocks. Okay, so another mode that we need to understand is called the counter mode, and it's quite popular. It's used in the new 802 security solution, which is a standard that's called 802.11i, which we actually will get into in telecommunications. But the counter mode is similar to OFB, so it's working as a stream cipher. But the difference is that it's using a random initialization vector. So you have a block, and the block could be 8 bits, 4 bits, however many bits needs to be encrypted. You have a block, and you use the key with the algorithm, and you use initialization vector in the algorithm, and then it's going to create the key stream that will encrypt that block. So again, this is counter mode. It's similar to CFB. You have a block of data, and you use a key with the algorithm, initialization vector with the algorithm, and those two are used with the algorithm to create the key stream that will be used to encrypt this block, and what you end up with a block of ciphertext. Now, it's not going to be doing chaining. That means that this ciphertext is not going to go over and encrypt the next block. What's actually going to happen to the next block is it will use a key, and the initialization vector will actually be +1. It's the next value. So if our initialization vector was 4, which it wouldn't be because it actually has to be a longer number, but if our initialization vector was 4 for this one, it would be 5 for this one. So on the second block, the key, the initialization vector, would be used in the algorithm, and that's used to encrypt the next block. So the reason that the counter mode is used is for performance, because when it gets to the destination can start decrypting the blocks right away, because it knows what the initialization vector is going to be, because it's just up 1, +1 for each one. So it could start decrypting the values, and there's no chaining, so it doesn't have to wait to get all of the blocks together and use those blocks to decrypt the message. So it's used for because of the performance. So we went through these different blocks, these different modes, and if we're working in ECB, why would we do that? Why would we use that mode? Well, that's if we are encrypting a small amount of data, like maybe 128 bits or something. What if we are using CBC mode? Why would we actually use that? That's when we encrypt a large amount of data, and that's the default, because usually we're encrypting documentation or messages or something. So CVC is the default. ECB would be to encrypt small amounts, like a PIN number, like I talked about with your ATM card. Now, how is CFB and OFB different than the ones we just talked about? Well, CFB, OFB, and counter, they actually work as a stream cipher. They work kind of as a combination, because they're still taking a block of data, and they're not encrypting one bit at a time. They're taking the block of data, encrypting it. So CFB, OFB, and CTR work in stream mode, and OFB you would use in the more noisy environments that has a higher potential of text getting corrupted. And again, CTR, counter mode, is used mainly because of the performance. Now, I said that when, DES was around for 20 years, and once somebody came up with a system that actually found a key, we knew that we had to move on to a more secure algorithm. And, with most algorithms, we could just increase the key size. But remember, with DES, NSA set the key size, and there was just one key size because they needed to make sure that they could break the encryption if an enemy is using it. So another specifications was made up by NIST and NSA, and all these different cryptographers and companies submitted their algorithms to be tested. And the one that was chosen for the standard is Reindahl. It's just a combination of the two people who came up with the algorithm. So Reindahl is actually the algorithm that fulfills the advanced encryption standard, but again, we just call it AES. So Reindahl and AES are the same thing. So with the Reindahl algorithm, we can have different key sizes. It starts with 128, goes up to 192, 256. The block size is 128 bits. So where the DES use 64-bit blocks, what AES is using 128 blocks, which are encrypted each time it's going through those different rounds, remember. So this is the new DES, It's used to encrypt sensitive but unclassified data, and it's used all over the industry. You see it in a lot of different products because that's what we're moving to. Now, International Data Encryption Algorithm, this algorithm they thought was going to be the one to replace DES, but it was patented. So it's also a block cipher. It uses 64 bits a block. The key size is 128. So we use this in different products. And you could see it when you have like a drop-down list of the different algorithms you could choose for the symmetric. It could be DES 3, AES, IDA. This could definitely be a list or be in the list that you could choose. Now, there's a whole family of RC and then a number. It's RC2, RC3, RC4. And RC4 is really the most used stream cipher. Now, the block cipher, it's a stream cipher. And it's used in SSL. That's the algorithm that was chosen to be used in WEP, which it wasn't the right one. So RC4 is a stream cipher that's still used all over the place, but there were some flaws that could be taken advantage of. So that's where we came with RC5. RC5 was developed. It has variable block sizes, variable key sizes, variable numbers of rounds, and that allowing that variation allows the developer to determine what he wants to set based on what it's being used for and the resources that are available for this type of encryption. Now, up to now, we have talked about symmetric algorithms that provide confidentiality. We've talked about asymmetric algorithms that can provide different types of functions. Digital certificate or digital signatures, encryption of that symmetric key, and now we're going to look at a different set of algorithms that are used to ensure message integrity. And then we're going to look at message authentication code, and it'll lead into key management. So data integrity, why are we so worried about that? Well, we don't want our information to be modified and allow somebody to modify our information without us knowing or having control over it. So what happens is, let's say I write you a message, and I put it through an actual hashing algorithm. And what the result is called a message digest. Sometimes it's called you can call it a hashing value. You could see that on the test, either message digest or hashing value. So I take this message, I put it through a hashing algorithm, and what comes out is a message digest. Now I take this message and append the message digest, and it goes over to you, over to the receiver. Now you take this message and you put it through the same hashing algorithm, and you create your own individual message digest value and compare it to the one that was sent with the message. When you compare those two, if they're the same, then you know the message has not been nobody's modified it, or there wasn't any type of corruption during transmission. So again, now this is new to some people. I'm going to write you a message. I'm going to put it through a hashing algorithm. Now, just because I'm using an algorithm doesn't mean there's any encryption here. There's no encryption. There's no confidentiality here. So I have the message, I put it through the hashing algorithm, I come up with a message digest value, I append that message digest value to the message. The message is not encrypted if we just use a hashing algorithm. It gets sent to the receiver. The receiver will take this message, put it through the same hashing algorithm, come up with their own independent message digest value, and compare the two. If they're the same, the receiver knows, okay, nobody messed with this message, and it'll go forward. If they're not the same, then there could be some type of error, and the message would be, or the data would be discarded. So you can understand the concept that I just talked about. Hashing isn't too difficult. We use them a lot of different places, not just with email, but protection of logs, like when you have to store logs after you have a bunch of logs, you have to actually store them and keep them for quite a while. It depends on, the regulations will tell you how many years you have to keep it. But we want to make sure the logs are protected, so we take those logs, we pass it through a hashing algorithm, and then we have the message digest value. So next time we need to go and look at the logs, we'll do the same thing, run it through the hashing algorithm, and compare it with the original message digest just to make sure that nobody's been messing with them. Now, so you can understand what the concept is and how hashing works. But remember that this exam is going to have some tricky wording and tricky questions. So you could see something that says, what is something that accepts a variable length string and generates a fixed length value? You're like, I have no idea. Well, that's a confusing way of describing a hash algorithm. It accepts a variable length string because a message could be any size, and it's going to generate a fixed length value. That message digest is going to be a fixed value. So just be prepared that some concepts that you understand, you're going to be a little frustrated because they're going to be wrapped into some cognitive questions that are a little slippery. So hashing algorithms, it's like a CRC function if you're familiar with that, but CRC doesn't use really any algorithms. CRCs are usually used to within like the network protocol stack, and then they're used like at the data link layer to see if there's been any transmission errors. That's different than hashing algorithms, which more looks at like the data payload to see if there's been any altercation of the actual data. So we have a whole load of algorithms that we need to know, and there's a whole MD family, MD2, MD4, MD5, and they all create a message digest of 128. So it doesn't matter how long your message is, but each time it creates that message digest for whatever message, it's going to be 128 bits. Then the NSA developed a secure hashing algorithm. That's what SHA stands for, secure hashing algorithm. They came out with one that was just called SHA. It created a 160-bit digest. There were some flaws, so they came out with another one, which is SHA-1. It also creates a message digest of 160 bits. But there are certain attacks that we're actually going to look at that is maybe too small of a message digest. So because of these certain attacks that we'll get to, they actually created SHA and then a number which indicates how large that message digest actually is. So if it's SHA 256, the message digest value is going to be 256. So a hash algorithm, is called a one-way function, which means that it's only going to go one way. You're not going to reverse a hash like you would with encryption and decryption. So it's a one-way function. You create that message digest value, and that's it. You don't reverse. And you shouldn't be able to take a message digest value and be able to determine the actual text. That would be quite a flaw. Now, what if I sent you a message and somebody actually got a hold of it and modified it and created a new message digest, appended it to the new message, and sent it over to your system? Would you know that? Actually, you wouldn't, because what hashing algorithms do is when you get the message, what's going to happen is you're going to take that message that's been modified and you're going to run it through the same hashing algorithm, come up with your own message digest value, and compare it with the message digest value that was appended that came from the attacker. So again, I could write you a message, I send it over, but there could be a man in the middle. Somebody can actually grab it, modify it, create a new message digest value, and send it over to your system, and you wouldn't know it. So that's a weakness of if you're going to use just hashing algorithms. Now, if you need something that provides more data integrity protection, which we usually do, then we use something that's called message authentication code. Message authentication code. And there's two types that we need to know about that we'll go through. And one other thing about message authentication code is that it provides the weakest form of authentication. And that means that it actually provides system authentication or data origin authentication, and we're going to look at how that takes place. Now, a message authentication code, this is how it works. I write you a message, and then I have a symmetric key, and I put both of those through a hashing algorithm. What results from that is a message authentication code, a MAC. So we have the message, we have a symmetric key. Both of those are passed through the hashing algorithm, and what results is a MAC. We don't have encryption. Just because there's a key involved does not mean there's encryption. So we take one thing and another thing and pass it through a hashing algorithm and develop or create this MAC. So I have my message, I append the MAC to the message, and I send it over to you. Now, you take the message and you have to have your own copy of the same symmetric key. You take the message, the symmetric key, you pass it through the hashing algorithm, and you create your own independent MAC. And then you compare it to the MAC that was sent over to your system to see if they're the same. So now this one is a little difficult for people usually. I'm going to send you a message. I write that message. I take a secret key, a symmetric key. I'm not encrypting the message. A lot of people think just because there's a symmetric key involved that you're encrypting something. It's just the value is used. So the message and the secret key go through the hashing algorithm, and what comes out is a MAC. like a message digest, but if there's a symmetric key involved, it's called a MAC. Now you have to have identical symmetric key. With MAC, this type of technology, it's not going to move the key for you. It will be like using RSA or some other way, the key will get over there. But with message authentication code, that technology isn't actually moving the key anywhere. It's just worrying about the integrity of the data. So you receive the message, you have to have the same symmetric key. It goes through the hashing algorithm. You create your own independent MAC value. You compare it to the MAC value that was appended to the message that came to you. Now, why does that provide more protection against man-in-the-middle than just hashing? Well, the reason is because somebody would actually have to have that secret key to be able to do the modification. So let's say I send you a message, it's got a MAC attached to it, and somebody grabs the message and modifies it, but they don't have the secret key. So they can't create a MAC that is going to be expected by your system. Your system will know that there's been a modification. So MACs are commonly used in a lot of different protocols we're actually going to look at. And again, they provide more protection for integrity. But like I said, they also provide what's called the weakest form of authentication. Now, when we talked about symmetric cryptography, I said it doesn't provide true authentication, true authenticity. Only a private key can provide true authenticity. But a MAC, what that says is you know what system it came from. It's the system with the other symmetric key. So that's why it's called data origin or system authentication. It's not tied to a user's identity because anybody can use that system. But that symmetric key, you know what system it came from. It's the other system that has that symmetric key. Again, that's the weakest form of authentication. It's not user authentication. So with using a MAC, what's actually provided? What type of services are provided? That would be, is there encryption? No, just because there's a key involved, there's no encryption. It's all about integrity. So is there any confidentiality? No, because the message isn't encrypted. Is there source authentication? Yes, the weakest form, which is data origin or system authentication. So if you need, in protocols or environments that need a true, strong authentication, especially from an individual, we're going to use digital certificates, which we're going to talk about in PKI. If it's just one, you have to know what system it came from, then we would use message authentication code. Now, the message authentication code technology that we just covered is a lot of times referred to H, hashed MAC, and that's how you would see it, HMAC. And what that means is that there's, you take that secret key and the message and you pass it through the hashing algorithm. That's what HMAC is. Now there's something else that's called the CVC MAC, which is different. And how this works is I'm going to write you a message. I write the message. Now my system is going to use a block cipher in CVC mode, which means it's going to cut my message up into blocks. Each block is going to be encrypted, and it'll do it for the whole message. And the very last block, the resulting ending block, that is the MAC value. That's the message authentication code that's going to be appended to my message and sent over to you. So again, CVC MAC is not using the secret, just the secret key and the message. It's actually using a block cipher that's going to cut the message up, put it through the encryption process, but it's not encrypting the message. It's just taking a copy of it and going through this whole CVC mode, where the blocks go through the encryption. And the very last block, that's the MAC. That's what's actually going to be appended to the message that goes over to you, the receiver. So you're going to get the message, and you have to have the same symmetric key, because remember, I said that it was encrypted. We went through the encryption process with a block cipher. That means we had a symmetric key. So you get my message. It has an appended MAC value on it. Now you take that message and you run it through the same block cipher using the same key that I have, and you come up with the last box, the last block that's encrypted. That's the MAC value that you compare to the MAC value that was appended to my message. So some people get a little confused because we are using a block cipher to create the MAC, but we're not encrypting the actual message itself. So because this is all about integrity, the hashing algorithms, the HMAC, CBC MAC is all about ensuring that no data has been modified during transmission or even where it's stored. So I'll just say it one more time. I have a message and a symmetric key. My system is going to take my message, cut it up into blocks. Each block is going to go through the encryption process. The very last block is the MAC value. That's the MAC value. And that's how it's different than HMAC. What's the MAC value if we're using HMAC? How do we get that? That's when we have a message and a symmetric key and we pass it through the hashing algorithm. So that's a HMAC, and this is how a CBC MAC works. So if we're using a CBC MAC, does that mean that there's encryption? We are using an algorithm and there is a symmetric key involved, but we're not encrypting the actual message. We're just using an algorithm to create that last block as the MAC. So is there confidentiality? No, because there's no encryption of the message itself. Is there integrity? Yes, there's integrity. That's why we're doing it. It's for the integrity of the message. Is there source authentication? There is source authentication because you know that that message came from the other system that has that same symmetric key. Again, MAC is the weakest form of authentication. You know what system it came from, not what user it came from. Now, does this provide non-repudiation? It does not provide non-repudiation. What do you have to have in place to provide that service? A private key. In MAC, message authentication code, we're only using symmetric keys. We're not using an asymmetric algorithm. To provide non-repudiation, you have to use an asymmetric algorithm, and it means that a private key has been used to encrypt some type of data. So why could you personally, like you sent a message, or a message came to somebody else and there was a CBC MAC on there. Can somebody come to you personally and say, why did you send this message? No, because it's just the system authentication. Anybody can actually use that system. So again, it doesn't tie to an identity, just the identity of a system. Now, why could somebody else, maybe who has a copy of the symmetric key, recreate a MAC? If an attacker got a hold of that symmetric key, they could take that symmetric key and modify the message, and because they have the symmetric key, the same one that you're going to get, then you wouldn't know that there's been some type of changes. But that's extremely rare. In hashing, just hashing, there's no symmetric key. It's much easier to take a message, modify it, come up with a new message digest value. With MAC, It's very difficult to get that symmetric key because it's usually encrypted with the receiver's public key, which can only be decrypted with the private key. So now I mentioned digital signatures, and now we'll look at what that is. A digital signature just means that you take a message, you put it through a hashing algorithm, you come up with that message digest value, and then I encrypt that message digest value with my private key. So I have a message, I put it through a hashing algorithm, I come up with that message digest value, I encrypt that message digest value with my private key. So then I append that. That's what the signature is. Anytime you hear of any type of software signing, this is what it is. A private key is being used to encrypt a message digest. So I have a message. I have the encrypted message digest value, which is a digital signature. It's going to go over to your system. Now, you have to have my public key, which is easily accepted. You can get that from me. I could send it over to you, or it can be in a repository. So what you do is you take my public key and you decrypt that message digest value. If you can properly decrypt that message digest value, you know that it came from me because it can only be decrypted by the corresponding private key. So you take my public key, you decrypt and extract the message digest. That's what's called verifying a digital signature. Then you take the message and you put it through the same hashing algorithm. You come up with your own message digest value and you compare it to the message digest value that came over. So it's really the same thing as hashing, because you do have to do the hashing. You just add an extra piece. Is the sender is going to encrypt it with the private key, and the receiver is going to verify the signature by decrypting with the public key. So why would we do this? What's the purpose of going through this? Well, it provides authentication. Why? How does it provide authentication? Because I encrypted that message digest with my private key. It provides non-repudiation because I'm using my private key. Does it provide confidentiality? No, because we're not encrypting the message. It's all about the integrity and verifying who sent the message. So digital signatures are very common, and the government always likes everybody to do the same, something the same way. So they have a digital signature standard, DSS, and that's just a standard for how to carry out digital signatures. And it basically says everybody in the DoD has to create digital signatures this way. If you're going to communicate with somebody within the DoD, you have to follow this. And so the DSS standard, it just says that you have to use the SHA algorithm, which was created by the NSA, and you have to use one of the approved asymmetric algorithms. And there's a list of them: RSA, LGMAL, DSA. So that's what DSS is. It just if you're going to do a digital signature, you have to use these algorithms. Now we're going to talk about a concept that's called zero-knowledge proof. Zero-knowledge proof. And that's pretty confusing to people. That's not a common thing, but cryptographers know about what this concept means. Now, as an analogy, when there is some type of military person that's talking like on CNN or is talking to the press, he has a story that he's to tell the press, and there's secrets he can't give up. He can't, because it's not just the good guys who are watching the news. So this military person has specific information they could release, but then there's a lot of information that can't be released. And so basically he's not giving up the farm. And what it means is he's providing just enough information to update the people, but he's not telling them the whole thing so that the enemies can use that data against the military. Now, what does this have to do with cryptography? Well, zero knowledge proof means that you can prove that you have a key without giving the key or showing the key to anybody. So when I do a digital signature, so I take a message and I encrypt that message digest value with my private key. When the message goes over to you and you take my public key and you decrypt it, it proves that I have that private key. I didn't show you my private key. I didn't give you my private key. It's just a way to prove that you actually do have some type of key without giving it away. So that's what zero knowledge proof is, and it's not just used in cryptography. It's used in when we talk about databases, that just enough information has to be provided, and no more information that can actually cause some type of a compromise. So the message integrity controls that we have looked at are hash functions. There's also what's called parity and CRC functions, like a checksum. Those aren't considered any type of cryptography because they're not using algorithms. But they can find if there's accidental changes. They can't find if there's somebody who changed some type of data on purpose. Remember that the hashing function, somebody can change the message and just recreate the new message digest value and send it over. Now, the other integrity controls can find if somebody actually changes a message on purpose, and that's a digital signature. We talked about two types of MAC, HMAC and CBC MAC. Since those are using keys, that provides much more security. Now, when we actually hash, let's say, two different messages. If I have message 1 and message 2, and I put it through the same hashing algorithm, I should come up with two different message digest values, right? Message 1 goes through a hashing algorithm, come up with a message digest. Message 2 goes through a hashing algorithm, comes up with a message digest. They shouldn't be the same value. But if they are the same value, it's called a collision. A collision is when two different messages hash out to the same value. And if you think about it, it's possible because these message digest values aren't infinite. We don't have an infinite amount of numbers to choose from. It's a binary value. So if we're using like MD4 as our hashing algorithm, it's 2, and what the message digest size is 128. That means it's 2 to the 128th power. So that's how many message digest values can be created. So because there's not an infinite amount, there could be collisions that take place. Now, I said that we were going to look at specific types of attacks that can take place with hashing algorithms. And the most common attack is called a birthday attack. And a birthday attack is something that takes advantage of those collisions. Remember, a collision is when two different messages hash out to the same value. Now, let's say you look through a whole stream of messages and you just happen to find two messages that have the same message digest value. Well, that might not do a lot of good to the attacker. But if they can force a collision, then that could be more beneficial for the attacker. So we'll walk through an example here. Bob and Sue are going to get married, and they write up a document that says if they get divorced, then whatever Bob owns, he gets. Whatever Sue owns, she gets. They take this document and they put it through a hashing algorithm which creates a message digest value. Now, Sue takes that message and she makes a copy of that document. And she tweaks the document to say anything that belongs to her, she gets after the divorce, but anything that belongs to Bob, she also gets after the divorce. Now, making that, and then she'll hash that to a message digest value and compare the original message digest value with that one. Now, right off the bat, when she does the tweak, she's most likely not going to cause a collision, but she'll keep tweaking the document, changing the words, changing some punctuation, until she can actually create a message digest value that maps to or matches the original one. So now she changes out the contract, this document that says when they get divorced, everything's hers. And so she quickly goes to a divorced Bob and she says, "Now give me all your stuff." And Bob says, "No, we have in a contract that's not how it's going to work. It's a 50-50 thing." And she says, "Well, let's go and look at the document and see if it's been modified." So they'll take that message, put it through the hashing algorithm, and come up with a message digest that matches the original one. See, that the hacker, the attacker, can modify the original message so that it matches the actual original MD value, and so people won't know. That's an example of a birthday attack. They force a collision. They take advantage of the possibility of a collision with hashing algorithms. So what's the countermeasure here? Well, the longer the message digest value, the more possibilities of values, message digest values, will actually come up with. So MD4 has a message digest value of 128. So that's 2 to the 128th. SHA has a message digest value of 160, 2 to 160. And that's why the NSA has created their SHA, secure hashing algorithm, with longer and longer message digest values. Because the longer the message digest value, the harder it is to carry out this type of birthday attack. Now we'll look at a little bit at key management, and this is a critical part of any type of cryptography, because really we have very strong algorithms. It's very difficult to break our algorithms. But what, again, is the weakest link in security? That would be people. It's usually easier to get information or get maybe a key from an actual person, or we don't do what we're supposed to do. We know that we're supposed to change out our password. We know it's supposed to be a long password. We know that the keys should be changed out. We know we're not supposed to share them, but we do. People do. And so that's how a lot of compromises can take place. So how the keys are created, how they're distributed, that needs to be done in a secure manner. There needs to be a way to recover the keys, because like if somebody loses, let's say, their laptop, there needs to be a backup to be able to recover that key. There's also, the key should only be used for a certain period of time, just like a password. So there should be some type of secure way to destroy the key, especially if it's used to encrypt very sensitive data. If a key is used to encrypt sensitive data, then actually you don't just delete the key. You do like a zeroization, which means you go over and over on the track where that key lived on the disk to make sure nobody can get access to it. So I said that you need to have backups of keys because people are going to lose them, or they're going to, like I said, lose their laptop or lose their PDA or whatever, and we need to have backups. But we don't want to have a lot of backups. The more instances of the keys, of course, the more vulnerabilities that are available for somebody who's not supposed to have that key. Now, in key management, do we want like a network administrator all by herself to be able to recover a key? Somebody lost their private key. Do we want her to be able to just say, okay, well, here you go, here's your private key? No, because there could be fraud right there. You know, that's too much power for one person. The key should actually be recovered by needing a few people. This is where we're using the separation of duties. And the key usage, what are we using this key for? Well, you know, we didn't really get into all the ways that keys can be used. They can be used for encryption of data. They can be used for authentication, digital signatures, creating random numbers. There's a lot of different types of keys that are actually created. And the CISSP exam, I don't think is going to get into that level, all the different types of keys that are actually created. So you may need to know, like for example, with symmetric keys, there's actually what's called a master key, and there's key and material that'll create individual symmetric keys. But so all you need to know is really that there's not one single key that's used for everything, and you shouldn't use it for everything. You shouldn't have one key used for a Mac and have that same key used to encrypt data. You should have individual keys carrying out whatever they're supposed to do. Because if you use a symmetric key to create a Mac and use the same symmetric key to encrypt the data, you're using it twice. There's a higher chance that somebody can uncover that key. If they can uncover it in a Mac, then they can go and use that to decrypt the data. So, like I said, that a key should have a time period, and it depends upon the level of sensitivity of what the time period is, just like a password. It may be replaced every 30 days, every 60 days, every day if it's really sensitive. But its lifetime is referred to as a crypto period. And in key management, that's something that administrators don't necessarily do well, is to make sure that the keys are properly refreshed. Now, when I said that the key recovery needs to be split between people, it needs to be separation of duties, and you don't want just one person to be able to recover a key, because they can get that key and do what they want and nobody would know. So to recover a key, it's referred to as M of N. And basically on a key recovery software, let's say that 5 people have the capability or the authentication to participate in recovering a key. So there's 5 people that their accounts say that they can recover the key. Now, you're not going to need all 5 people. It's hard to get 5 people all together at once, but you have to have 3. And that's what it means, you know, M of N. That would be 3 of 5. So you'd have to have 3 people authenticate to that system to be able then to produce the key. That separation of duties. You don't want just one person to be able to recover it. And sometimes, like in a key escrow means that the key is actually separated and held at different places. This is common in like the law enforcement. If they need some type of a key to decrypt some data for a suspect, they could use key escrow, which means that one agency has one part of the key and another agency has another part of the key, so they have to come together to put it together to be able to then listen in on the suspect's communication. So since keys, there's a lot of different types of keys that could be used for different services, do we need to back up all of those keys? Do we want to have a backup copy of all of them? No. We need to make sure that we have a backup copy of a key that has been used to encrypt data, because especially if it's company data. So if there's a key that was used to encrypt data and that got corrupted or it got lost, we need to be able to still get access to that data. So data encryption keys should be backed up, but keys that are used for like authentication and communication should not be backed up. There's no reason to. So if somebody loses their private key or a key set that you use for communication, then what needs to happen is just a new pair is generated. So usually for key backup, it's just to be able to make sure that the company can still access their data in case somebody corrupts a key or loses it. They still need to be able to access that data.
Now we're going to go into public key infrastructure, and there's a lot of different things that we need to know about PKI, the different technologies, the roles of the software, the certificates, how people actually use these, and how they're used in an enterprise. So why would we even need a PKI? Because once we go through, we're actually going to go through a lot of the components, and we're not even going through everything because PKI could be quite complex. So why would we need to do all of this? Well, just like we were talking about in Kerberos, the principals in Kerberos, they don't trust each other directly, so they are not going to directly communicate. In our environments, if I gave you my public key, you wouldn't necessarily know that it was my public key. We don't trust each other enough. So we have to set up this infrastructure, and we have a trusted entity, the CA, which we'll talk about, that basically vouches for our identity. So when I give you my public key, you're not just trusting me, you're trusting the certificate authority. But we'll walk through how it works and how these components play together.
So although there are several components to a full PKI, the ones that you need to know for CISSP is the certificate authority, registration authority. We'll talk about how the certificates are in a repository, and we'll go through how they could be revoked and what that process is.
So a PKI, not only is it just for the trust, but it provides a lot of the things that we've covered already. We've talked about how symmetric keys are used to encrypt bulk data, how asymmetric keys are used to provide authenticity or authentication and non-repudiation. And basically, all the things that we've talked about up to now will work within this infrastructure. All the algorithms and the keys and the components that we talked about, this basically provides a whole infrastructure for all of that to work properly.
So here are some of the necessary services that will be used in a PKI. There's going to be a whole life cycle that we'll talk about of these certifications are created, how they're distributed. We talked a little bit about how key backup and recovery works. We went through M of N, which means that you don't want just one person to be able to recover a key by themselves, but the key, certain keys, especially the ones that encrypt company data, need to be backed up. We'll go through key histories a little bit, cross-certification, which is when different companies may need to basically connect their PKIs. So we'll go through all of these components. Now let's talk about the steps, the basic steps of being involved with the PKI. So let's say I want to be involved with the PKI, which means that I have to get a digital certificate. But where do I get this digital certificate? Well, the process is that I have to make a request to the RA, Registration Authority. And the Registration Authority is then going to validate my identity. And it's going to ask me, it depends upon what type of digital certificate I'm actually asking for, because there's different classes that we'll go through. So the Registration Authority will look at what type of certificate I'm asking for, and it will determine the type of data that I have to provide to prove my identity. So once the RA says, yep, this is Sean Harris, then the RA will send a request over to the Certification Authority. The Certification Authority actually creates the digital certificate, and it's stored in a repository where anybody can actually get it.
So the registration authority, I said that it validates the identity of whoever's requesting a digital certificate. And it's up to the registration authority and the certification authority of the type of classes of the certificates they're going to create. Usually they fall along like Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, but it's up to who's configuring the registration authority and the CA to determine what does a Class 1 mean, what does a Class 2 mean. But we have kind of a de facto standard in the classes. A Class 1 certificate would mean that that's just used basically in email. So if I want to carry out a lot of the things we've discussed already, I want to be able to communicate to you by encrypting messages, I want to do digital signatures, that would be a Class 1 certificate. And since that's not a very powerful certificate, I only need to provide identification that the RA can go to some public directory to look up, maybe my address, maybe my driver's license number. But if I want to have something like a Class 3, that's a much more powerful certificate. And the RA will require me to provide more identity information than just for a Class 1. A Class 3 certificate is used mainly for software signing. So like when you download a piece of software, there's actually something going on in the back where your system is validating the digital certificate. And that's kind of dangerous to be able to, write something, some software that people are going to download. So that certificate, that the Class 3, is more powerful because it allows you to actually digitally sign software. And I would have to, most of the times you actually have to physically go into the RA office and provide more information to prove you are who you say you are. And in another domain, when we talk about, we're going to go through application security, and we'll talk about software signing and how the things are supposed to work, and sometimes how they don't work, and attackers take advantage of it. So the certificate authority is the only one that can actually create the digital certificate. So after the registration authority validates my identity, yep, this is Sean Harris, then it'll send the request over to the CA and say, Sean Harris needs this type of certificate, and only the CA can create this digital certificate. And we're going to look at the different parts of a digital certificate and what's made up in it and how it's actually used. So let's walk through the basic steps of being involved in a PKI, and then we'll actually break down the components and see how they work. But let's say you and I want to communicate to you through email, and I can send over my public key, but you don't trust me. You don't know who I am, so you're not going to accept just my public key. So if I want to communicate to you in a trusted manner, I actually have to participate in a PKI, and I have to get a digital certificate. So what that means is I'm going to make the request to the RA. The RA will validate my identity, send a request over to the CA. The CA will create the digital certificate, and within that digital certificate is my public key. The whole goal of a digital certificate is to tie the identity of the user to a public key. Again, that's important. That's the whole crux of this, is to tie the user's identity to a public key. So when I give you my digital certificate, you're not going to just go off of what I'm saying. Basically, I'm giving you something that comes from what you trust, which is a CA, and you'll validate this digital certificate, which we'll talk about those steps. But that will indicate, yes, the CA is vouching for my identity, and then you could take out my public key, and now you trust it. Now you know this public key is Sean Harris's public key. So what are in these magical digital certificates? Well, we need to make sure that they're interoperable. That means that I can have a digital certificate created by
one CA and you can have one created by another CA, and we need to make sure that our systems can actually understand them. That's what standards are all about. So the digital certificates are developed or built based on the X.509 standard. We're currently at version 3, but it's the X.509 standard that indicates, it tells the CA how to build a certificate and where the values are supposed to go and what the values can be. So each certificate has a unique serial number. So, and what this means is that the certificate authority, every time it creates a digital signature or digital certificate, it's unique and it has a unique serial number. Then it'll have the version number, the version of the standard that's being used, the X.509. And the CA is actually going to digitally sign the certificate. And we're going to go a little bit deeper into that. But in the certificate, it'll indicate what asymmetric algorithm and what hashing algorithm the certificate authority actually used to digitally sign this whole thing. Then there's going to be the issuer, that's the CA who created the digital certificate. Validity dates. Now, a certificate isn't good forever. It is like a start and stop date. So there's validity dates of how long this thing is good for. Then there's a subject, would be, if it's mine, that's me. The subject would be whoever owns, whoever certificate this is. Then there's the public key information. Remember that the digital certificate is created specifically to embed this public key so somebody can trust that this public key and that it's tied to the subject's identity. So there's some other components to the digital certificate, and there's extensions, and of course it can get much more complicated, but these are the main components we need to know about. So in your system, you can go and look at certificates that are already in your system that you've accepted or have already been built in, and you'll see that they'll have just what I went through. They'll have the version number of the standard that's being used, they'll have an individual serial number, the asymmetric algorithm and the hashing algorithm the CA used to sign it. It has all of that information. And then you could look at information on the certificate which will indicate what the certificate can be used for. It could be used for, you know, like I said, with an email or signing software. It'll have basically permissions of how it can be used and what it was developed for. So I said that the certificate authority is going to digitally sign this certificate. And if we think back of how digital signatures actually work, remember that we have some type of information, some type of message, and we put that message through a hashing algorithm, and then the result of the hashing algorithm is a message digest value, and then that message digest value is encrypted with a private key. So this is what the certificate authority is actually doing. It'll create my digital certificate, it'll put it through a hashing algorithm, it comes up with a message digest value, it uses its private key to encrypt that, that message digest value. So that's how it digitally signs my certificate. Why would it go through all this? What's the whole point? Well, this is how the receiver actually validates that this is a real certificate, nobody just made it up, and that it can actually be trusted. So when I send my digital certificate over to you, you're not going to just trust that it came from me, and you're not going to trust me. You're also not going to just trust this digital certificate without making sure that it has not been modified and you actually trust who created it. So your system is going to validate the signature. And remember, we've actually walked through this, but we'll do it again. So I send you my digital certificate. You take that digital certificate and you run it through the same hashing algorithm. Now you know what hashing algorithm to use because it's in the certificate. It says which algorithm to use. So you take my digital certificate, you run it through the hashing algorithm, you come up with your own message digest value. Now remember that this certificate is signed. and it's signed by a certificate authority. Now, if your system trusts the certificate authority, it's actually in a list in your computer. The CA, the certificate authority, is in a list of trusted CAs, and you have its public key. If you trust the CA, you already have the public key. So you're going to validate the actual signature on the digital certificate by taking that public key of the CA and decrypting the digital signature, extracting the message digest value, and then comparing that to the message digest value you created individually. If they match, then you know that the certificate has not been modified, but you also know, because you used that CA's public key and you were able to decrypt the signature, you know that it actually came from the CA that you trust. And that's really what this whole thing is about, is that you trust, your system trusts the CA, and you're going to validate that this digital certificate actually came from the entity you trust. And how do you validate that? You have its public key if you already trust the CA, and you're going to decrypt, which means verify, the digital signature. If you could decrypt that digital signature and pull out the MD value, that proves that it was the CA's private key that was used to encrypt it. And it also looks at the integrity. How do you know the integrity of the message digest? I'm sorry, I just gave it away. How do you know the integrity of the digital certificate is intact? How do you know that nobody messed with it? Because you create your own message digest value and you compare it to the message digest value that came along with the certificate. So this process, this digital certificate, when I send it over to you, the CA is vouching for me. You know it came from the CA because because it's digitally signed, and you know that the certificate has not been modified because you compare the two MD values. Now, I said that your system already trusts some CA, some certificate authorities, and how do they trust them? How do you know which ones you actually trust? Well, if you go into your browser, whatever browser you're using, and go and look in the certificates portion, and it'll say actually, certificates, and you can look at what's in there. And you already, if you just get an operating system out of the box, you already have a whole bunch of certificate authorities listed there that your system automatically trusts. Now, and that would be, definitely if it's a Microsoft operating system, you're going to trust Microsoft. And some environments that require high security and they don't want their user system just to trust all these certificate authorities, will actually strip all those that are in there by default and put the certificate authority in there that they want their users to trust. So if it's a higher it's an environment which requires a little bit higher security, and they have their own internal PKI, or they only want you to trust, your system to trust one CA, they will take all of the listing of the certificate authorities that are already put in the list of trusted that came with it and put the one that they want you to trust. So you've probably actually seen some messages that have come up that are really talking about digital certificates. You could see messages that say that the digital, maybe it wasn't digitally signed, a message or a piece of software that you downloaded, or that there's the expiration date has been met, or that you don't trust, your system doesn't trust the company or the certificate authority that actually signed that digital certificate. So what happens is if a digital certificate comes over to your system, you're going to go through the processes that I talked about of validating that digital certificate. And if, let's say, it's written or it was created by a CA that is not in your list that you trust, you get a message that'll pop up and tell you, look, you don't trust this company, and do you want to proceed? And you push yes or no. Now, if you hit yes, there's usually another box that says if you always want to trust this certificate authority, you can check this box. And that means then it's going to be, that CA will be put in your list and you'll have the public key. Now, this is all, this whole PKI, it's a good and popular solution, and it's being used all over the place, on the web and different environments. The one issue that I personally have, it has nothing to do with CISSP, but I personally have, is when these boxes come up and ask the user if they want to proceed or not, the user usually has absolutely no idea what that box is saying. I mean, how many people really understand the whole process of an RA and a CA and a digital certificate and digital signatures? So what it's doing is it's putting it on the user, saying, do you want to proceed or not? And really, most users don't really fully understand what they're clicking yes to. So, and not even all security professionals fully understand how PKI works. So that's one thing to think about. It's not necessarily what you have to know for the CISSP exam, but if you're trusting a PKI like in your organization, remember that when these boxes, these messages come up and ask the user something, the user really doesn't necessarily understand what they are saying yes or no to. So if we look at one example, it doesn't have to be just a person that's going to get a digital certificate. It could be devices, systems, software, but it's going to go through the same process. Its identification will have to go to an RA. The RA will have to validate it. Once that passes, then it goes to the CA, and the CA will create the certificate, and it will be installed on whatever, the device, the software, and it'll be used with users and other applications for the whole trust factor that we talked about. So I'm going to go through the whole process of how to use these digital certificates, and I'm going to connect all the things that we've basically talked about up to now, which has to do with symmetric keys, asymmetric keys, that whole thing. So this is usually a little bit too much for people, so maybe you could write it down as I go through it, but this is how it works. This is how PKI works, and how all the components, remember I said that we were learning foundational information about the different symmetric algorithms and the asymmetric algorithms, and I said you need to understand those because we're going to build on top of it. So let's say that I want to write you a message. You're not going to trust me automatically. I'm going to give you my digital certificate. Now, you're going to validate my digital certificate. And what does that mean? Well, that means several things. You're going to look at the validity date to see if my certificate is expired or not. You're going to see that it matches to there's actually like a unique ID that will be tied to my email address if it's a class 1. So you'll say that your system will say, okay, this is supposed to be coming from Sean Harris at Logical Security. Is that the email address? Yes. Then you're going to validate that it actually came from a certificate authority that you trust. So your system will look at the CA that created it. Go look at the list in what you have in your browser, all the CAs that your system trusts. If it's in that list, then that means you have the public key. Your system is going to take that My Digital Certificate and take the public key of that CA and decrypt the digital signature. That means, and then you extract the message digest value. So if you can extract that message digest value, that means this certificate actually came from a CA that you trust. Your system's going to take My Digital Certificate, put it through a hashing algorithm, create its own message digest value, and compare your message digest value to the one that came over with the certificate. If they match,
then your system knows that the integrity is intact. And now the next step is you trust that this is my certificate. So what you do is you take the public key that's embedded in this certificate. And now you know this is Sean Harris's public key. Now when you're going to send me an email, what type of key are you going to encrypt the email with? The email message is going to be encrypted with a symmetric key. Remember that? The message is going to be encrypted with a type of key that can encrypt bulk data, which is symmetric. So now you have an encrypted message to me, and you have this symmetric key. Can you send these over to me directly? No, because the symmetric key has to be protected. Now you have my public key. You take my public key and you use it to encrypt the symmetric key. So then you send me the encrypted message and the encrypted symmetric key. It comes over to me. You've encrypted that symmetric key with my public key. So now I take my private key, I decrypt the symmetric key and extract it, and I take that symmetric key and I decrypt the message. So that's how all of this works, and it builds on what we've already talked about. Symmetric algorithms are used to encrypt bulk data. It doesn't have to be an email, it could be some type of document or message. The asymmetric key is used to protect that symmetric key. And we went through how the actual digital certificate is validated. And we're doing this pretty quick. If this is new to you, you're really going to need to go over it. And it's usually new to people that I teach to. So this is a lot of information, but you'll need to know the steps not only for the CISSP exam, but for the industry, because PKI is really everywhere, and we are depending upon these digital certificates, and a lot of people don't even know what they are or how they work. So if that's what we're trusting, we need to understand what we're trusting. So once the certificate authority creates this digital signature, once it creates the digital certificate, it needs to be stored somewhere. Where does it actually put it? Well, it's really not going to store it on its own server. The CA is a sensitive system. The CA needs to be really protected, because if it's compromised, then the whole trust hierarchy falls apart. So the certificate authority needs to be properly hardened and protected. So that means that we don't want a lot of people coming to it to get actual certificates. We want it, usually they're offline, meaning they're not directly accessible. So, but we need to make these digital certificates available to, who needs them. And that's what a repository is. It actually will go into a public repository. So if you're using a CA, an external CA like VeriSign, anybody can come to the VeriSign directory and get your digital certificate so that they have your public key. If it's an internal PKI, then usually, if it's a Microsoft environment, then the public keys the digital certificates are held like on a domain controller. Now, should we be concerned, these digital certificates, that they're held in publicly accessible directories? Isn't that anybody can access? You don't have to authenticate to get one of these. Is that an issue? It's not an issue, because if anybody got one of the certificates and modified it, the receiver would know, because they're going to validate it. Remember that the receiver is going to take that digital certificate and put it through a hashing algorithm and compare the MD values. So it's okay that we keep these certificates in a publicly accessible directory. We need to, because anybody can be able to get access to public keys. But the receiver will also know if there's been any modification, because we're using hashing. Now, sometimes certificates are expired, which means they're only good for so long and then they're expired. But that's different than being revoked. Certificates can be revoked. And there's different reasons for this to happen. If, let's say, one of your users lost their laptop, and on their laptop they had their private key. Well, now whoever has that laptop can use that private key and act as though they're that person. So you want to make sure that now that private key is no longer trusted. Or let's say a user, an employee actually quits or gets fired, and you don't want that person to be able to be associated with the private key through your company, so it needs to be revoked. Now, what that means is if the private key for some reason can't be trusted or is no longer any good, it doesn't map to the individual you wanted it to before, then there needs to be a system that actually tells everybody who has the corresponding public key, look, don't trust this private key anymore. It's been compromised, we're not using it, don't trust it. So that's what the CRL is about, the Certificate Revocation List. And it's basically on every CA. Remember that I said that every digital certificate has a unique serial number. So when a certificate is revoked, that message will go to the certificate authority, and there's a list. There's an actual list, and it'll be the serial number of the certificate, why it was revoked, the date it was revoked, and the information. So how do people find out about this list? Well, that process has actually been getting better over the years. CRL has been the thorn in PKI's side for a lot of years, because to actually, how do you make sure that everybody with the public key knows about this? Well, if it's on the web, if it's on the internet, and we're going to talk about SSL, how SSL works today in this domain, but SSL depends upon validating a digital certificate. Now, if it's actually revoked, by default, your system doesn't go check if it's revoked. So if your computer and your browser will accept a certificate, it'll validate the certificate, but it's actually, if it has been revoked and it's listed on some CA's list somewhere that it's no good anymore, your browser actually doesn't know it. So it's trusting a certificate that it's already revoked. You can configure your browser to make sure that it looks at a CRL list. So when you go through the steps of making sure it's still valid, making sure that the subject matches to who it's supposed to be. It says this digital certificate is Sean Harris. Does it match to her email address? Yes. When you go through all that processes, one of the steps should be that your browser goes and looks at the CRL that's on the CA to say, hey, has this been revoked? So you can enable that in your browser, but you'd have to know what this whole process is. So a lot of people a lot of systems are relying on certificates that could be revoked and they don't know it. Now, in internal PKIs, if you have a PKI within your organization, that's different. It's more controllable. And there's protocols that will allow for the CRL to be either pushed down to the systems. So on the individual systems, they have an updated CRL list, so they'll check that during the validation of the digital certificate, or the systems are configured to go and look at one point, and that one point is the updated CRL. So that we've kind of had a hard time with that in the industry, but there are solutions, and it's easier to control and ensure that systems go and check a CRL when it's internal versus out on the web. So like I said, that it's not just users that use certificates. We have a lot of things that use them now. Routers, setting up VPN servers. A lot of things are now using digital certificates, and it's growing. So it's not just a user identity. It could be a system identity or a software identity. So the certificate itself, it has a whole lifetime, and it's the responsibility of the
certificate authority to manage it over this lifetime. So its lifetime is basically what we talked about. There's registration to the RA, there's a public and private key generation. Now some people ask me, well, does the CA create the public and private key? Hardly ever. In some environments, the CA can create the private and public key, and then it has to securely get that private key to the individual. Usually during the registration process, a user will create the private and public key locally on their system, and then during the request for a digital certificate, they send that public key with the request. And that's better because then the private key only is located in one place. So that's how it usually works, but in some cases companies do have the private and public key generated on the CA, and then the private key has to get securely to the user system. So there's a request to RA, the key set has to be generated, the certificate has to be created, which ties the public key to the identity of the owner of the certificate. It's issued, which means that receivers and entities can grab it to make sure that they could trust this entity, and then it could be, at the end of its life is it's either expired or it's revoked. So I mentioned that there can be a cross-certification setup, and a lot of times that's when, let's say that two companies have their own internal PKIs, because you can have your own PKI within your company. The company can choose to have its own certificate authority, which it has to maintain, or the company can just have the RA and maintain that and use an external CA like Entrust or VeriSign or one of those. So there's companies that provide the service specifically of creating digital certificates. Of course, you have to pay for those digital certificates. So within a company, you can decide on the architecture if the CA is going to be internal, the RA will then be internal, and then you'll send out and control your own certificates. Or you can have an RA, which means that the registration goes through your RA, and then the request goes out to the CA that's outside your company. So it's up to the organization. A lot of times the decisions come down to cost of the certificates and the ability to have the skill set to properly protect that CA, since that's the trust. We all trust that CA, and if it's compromised, we don't know what to trust. The digital certificates can't be trusted anymore. So in situations where there's two companies that have their own PKIs set up individually, and they want to be able to communicate to each other through trust and secure methods, then the two root CAs of the PKIs can exchange certificates, so there's a mutual trust between those certificate authorities. Now that just means that a user in one company can directly communicate with a user in another company, and they'll validate each other's certificates. So company A, if there's not this mutual trust between the certificate authority, if I got a digital certificate from a user in another company, I'll go through the validation process, but it'll be developed by a certificate authority that I don't trust. So I wouldn't be able to necessarily communicate with that individual. But when a cross-certification arrangement's set up, when somebody from that other company sends over their digital certificate, because there's a trust between our companies, my system can now trust that digital certificate, and we can communicate with encryption and digital signatures. So I've said a few times that really, the whole trust within the PKI is the certificate authority, and if a company does not properly protect its CA, and it gets, especially the private key of the CA gets compromised,
then you don't know what certificates to actually trust that it's created. And this is, again, one reason why some companies decide to use an external CA like VeriSign or Entrust or one of those, because that's what they do. They have a certificate authority, they create digital certificates, but as a company, you shouldn't just trust it, trust that company right off the bat. You need to read through they've got an operating policy which indicates how they secure that CA, how the certificates are created. You need to look through how they do their thing to make sure that it maps to your security policy, your protection level requirements within your company. Because you can have, maybe you're working with someone that doesn't protect their CA to the level that you need protection and assurance of this trust. So when a company is working with an external CA, they should go through the policy. They should understand how the procedures work, understand the obligations of both entities. So now I bet you're just dying to know how we use all of these different components that we've learned about, how they're actually used in the real world. Or you're exhausted and you don't care anymore. Whatever. You need to know for the CISSP exam. And so what we'll first go through is a one-time pad. We'll talk about what that is. We'll look at standards that are used for email clients. We'll go through how SSL works and how secure electronic transmission, that means e-commerce, happens over the internet. So a one-time pad has been, this concept and this way of protecting secrets have been used for a long time. And basically you have a message that you want to encrypt, and you have some type of a key code or a pad that you're going to use to encrypt this message. So the data on this pad is used to encrypt your message, and then you come up with the ciphertext that's sent to the destination. Now this is symmetric cryptography, which means that the receiver must have the same pad to be able to reverse the encryption and read the plain text message. Now there's been a lot of different variations of how the one-time pad has been used. But now we're going to look at how one-time pads would be used using the XOR function. And we talked about the XOR function in the beginning of this domain when we looked at stream ciphers. And I said that XOR is used a lot in encryption because it's easy to go one way and the other way. And the reason it's easy to go one way and back is because of what the mathematical rule of what XOR is. And XOR is a mathematical a rule at the binary level. And what the rule states is that if they're the same values and they're XORed, the result is 0. So 0 XOR to 0 is 0. 1 XOR to 1 is 0. If they're different values, then the result is 1. So 1 XOR to 0 is 1. 0 XOR to 1, 0 XOR to 1 is 1. So if you think about how this would work, I have written you a message that has been put into a binary format. It's going to go into a binary format. Now I have my one-time pad, which is binary information. It's just ones and zeros. Now, how the encryption process takes place is we take the first bit from my message and the first bit from the one-time pad, XOR them, and that's the first bit of the ciphertext, the encrypted message. Then you take the second bit of my message, the second bit of the one-time pad, XOR it, and that's the second bit of the ciphertext. So each bit of my message is XORed with a bit on the one-time pad. The one-time pad is the key. So once it's done for my whole message, that's the encrypted message. And it gets to you as the receiver.
you have to reverse the process, which means you have to have the exact same pad, and you just XOR the other way, and you come up with the plain text message. So again, it's very similar to how stream ciphers work. If you remember how they work, stream cipher is a algorithm that is going to create a long string of ones and zeros, and those ones and zeros are used to encrypt the bits of the message. So where a stream cipher is constantly creating the ones and zeros, the one-time pad, they're already created and they're static on that pad. But basically they work the same after that, because the first bit is encrypted with the first bit of the message, second bit is encrypted with the second bit of the message. Now, the one-time pad is referred to as unbreakable, or the perfect encryption scheme. And you'll see this, I'm sure you read cryptography books all the time. But you'll see this in literature, or you'll see it when if you do go through any type of cryptography books or take any classes. It is referred to as the perfect scheme, and that it can't be broken. But that's only true if it's used properly. And we know what the weakest link of security is people. And over history, people have not used one-time pads properly, which means that the messages were intercepted and understood. So what does it mean to use it properly? Well, first, it's a one-time pad. It should be used only one time. So for my first message, I use this key, this one-time pad. My second message, I should use a totally different pad, a totally different sequence of binary values. Because if I use that pad over and over again, that can show patterns. And in the past, because these have been used for military purposes, in the past they have been broken by an enemy because somebody would use the pad more than once. So the pad needs to be used only one time. It also needs to be distributed securely, which means if I need to figure out how to get that pad to you securely, and that could be difficult because it could be intercepted, and it's a physical thing that somebody can come and steal, so it has to be properly protected. And the other thing is that the one-time pad has to be at least as long as the message. Because if you think about it, let's say the pad is half the size of the message. Well, then we'll use the pad on the first part of the message, and then we have to use the pad again on the second part of the message. So that's why the pad has to be at least as long as the message, so we're not using it over and over again. Now, if all of these things are followed and they're done correctly, that's when it's really unbreakable. And this was used in in wars, and it's been used over really hundreds of years as a way to encrypt secrets. Now today, it's not very practical for me to figure out how to get a pad to you, and you use the pad to decrypt the message. That's not how we do our encryption and sending secret or sensitive data. But it doesn't mean that they're not around anymore. One-time pads are still around. A lot of governments have them in case there is a backup, in case that we lose power, we lose the computing power that we have. So if in a war all of our communications were knocked out, we still need a way to actually secure the communications that need to go to the other units. So one-time pads are still around, but mainly they're just as backups if our first way of encrypting sensitive data is unavailable to us.
Now, another thing that you may have heard of is steganography, which is hiding a message within some type of media. This isn't actually encryption. It's just hiding that a message actually exists. So you have some type of media, and you put the bits of your message in the media, and you send it over to the destination. Now, anybody who wants your message will have to know that it's in that media and have to have the tools to be able to extract the bits out of there. And the what we usually use as media to do this transferring of information is graphics. We usually use graphics, pictures, because those graphics have so many bits. There's so much information to make a graphic that you can actually put in some bits here and there, and it doesn't distort the message or distort the picture to a way that anybody can tell. So that's a common way of moving information. Is I put a message in a picture of my dog, I send you over the picture of my dog, you know that there's actually a secret message in there, even though my dog's really cute and I'm sure you'd like to see him. So you have the tool to extract the message and put it together, and now you have it. And there's a lot of tools out there for steganography. There's some free tools, and then there's shareware tools, and then there's more high-end tools. And it's very simplistic. You provide the media, usually it's a graphic, you type out what your message is, and there's different types of configuration that you can do, but it's pretty simplistic because the tool does all of the magic in the background. So one kind of official way that we use steganography is for digital watermarking, and that's to ensure that whatever you have is the real deal. It's a way to ensure that this isn't a copy. So when somebody creates, like a picture or some type of a product that needs to be verified that yes, this is real, it's not somebody else didn't create it to make it look real. And how they do that is they take a tool, just like I talked about, and put data in the actual, let's say it's a graphic, and the system that receives it knows to check for what's called a watermark, to pull that information out, put it together to be able to verify, yes, this is real. It's somebody's not trying to send me something that did not come directly from the company, or is trying to fool me that it's not a valid product. Now we're going to look at the difference between link encryption and end-to-end encryption. Link encryption is something that that you have an actual dedicated device called a link encryptor, and it's going to encrypt all the data, all the headers, any type of traffic that actually goes through it. So if you have, let's say, all of the information, for all the traffic from a specific building is going to go through a link encryptor. Again, all the headers, all the data payloads, the trailers of the packets are encrypted. So what if this data that's encrypted goes to a router? Is there any issue there? Well, there would be an issue because the router actually has to read the IP header. That's how it makes its decision on where the packet needs to go next. So, and if it's a bridge, the bridge needs to read the data link layer. If it's switch, it needs to read the data link layer. So if there's any intermediate devices with all of this data that's encrypted, that intermediate device has to have the key and the software to be able to decrypt at least up to that header information, read the header information, re-encrypt it, and then know where to send it. So in link encryption, if there's any hops, any intermediate devices, that device will have to know how to decrypt and re-encrypt. Now, that's a big hassle. You need to know that for the exam, but really when we use link encryptors, they're usually a point-to-point connection where we don't have intermediate devices that we have to worry about. A lot of link encryption is provided by service providers. So if you have a direct connection, a point-to-point connection maybe to another building, you can have a link encryptor at each end. So all the data that goes from this building goes through the link device, through the whole traffic
the whole way it's encrypted. It gets to this device at the other building. It decrypts the headers, the payload, everything, and then you have like a router that knows where to send those packets within that building. So link encryption is usually used by service providers where it's a point-to-point, like even in satellite communication, where you have communication going directly up to a satellite and directly down. It's not like it has to make a decision. The satellite has to make a decision where it's going to go. It's a point-to-point. Now, that link encryption is different than end-to-end encryption. In end-to-end encryption, what that means is just the data payload is encrypted, and not the headers and not the trailers. So end-to-end encryption is something that the user would have control over. So if you have an email client, let's say, that you decide that this message needs to be encrypted, when you say encrypt, that only encrypts the data payload of that packet. And then all the headers and all the trailers are not encrypted. And so when that message goes to any router, switch, whatever, it doesn't matter because those headers are encrypted. It gets to the destination. The receiver, once the packet goes up the whole network stack, the receiver will get it in its application, and that application has to know how to decrypt it. So end-to-end would be just the data payload, and a lot of times it happens at the application layer, and the user can have the decision on if it's encrypted. At a link encryption, that's when the user has no control. The user doesn't even know about it. And organizations can use the link encryptors if they don't want to have to leave it up to their users to make decisions, or they don't trust their users to make decisions on what type of traffic has to be encrypted. Now, it's interesting to understand that encryption can actually happen at different layers of a network stack. And we go through the OSI model in telecommunications and network security. But here we're looking at that encryption can happen at different places. It can happen in an application, which I talked about, which means the data payload of a packet's encrypted. It can happen at the transport layer, which we're going to talk about, that's SSL, and that means that the data payload and some of the header information is encrypted. It can happen at the network layer, which would be like IPsec, which we're going to cover, and that would be, again, the data payload, some of the headers. And then it can happen at the data link layer, the lowest layer before it's actually turned into some type of electricity. So at the link layer, it would encrypt the whole packet. So, sometimes messages actually are encrypted at different layers and sent over, and they have to be unwrapped by a couple of different, devices or applications. Now, you may be familiar with PGP. PGP is a commonly used email client when you want to do all the things that we talked about. You want to encrypt messages, you want to be able to do digital signatures. And there's an interesting story with PGP because Phil Zimmermann is the one who actually developed this technology. And remember earlier I said that during like 60s or the 70s, the United States government was pretty, uncomfortable about anybody having any type of encryption capability because they were afraid it was going to fall into the enemy's hands, and they couldn't sniff or understand the type of traffic that was going back and forth. So at the time, Phil Zimmermann created the first commercial crypto system, which uses symmetric and asymmetric, as I've been describing. And that's what PGP is. It uses symmetric keys to encrypt the data, uses asymmetric key to encrypt that symmetric key. Now at the time, the government, the way that things were then, Phil Zimmermann basically knew that he couldn't sell it, and he really knew if he asked for permission, he would be told no. So what he did is he just put PGP up on the bulletin boards that went all over the world as a free product. And people all over started using it. And the government didn't like that. the government actually came after Phil Zimmermann with a charge of providing an enemy with a dangerous weapon. So it's the same thing as like he was selling nukes or something. That's how serious they took encryption. So the government actually went after him that he provided encryption to anybody, and it was finally dropped. PGP has improved over all the years. Now there's an enterprise version, it's used commonly, or you can have a free version for personal use. So how is PGP different than like the PKI we talked about? Well, a PKI is a whole infrastructure. It's all the applications, the certificate authority, the registration authority, the necessary protocols, software. It's a whole infrastructure. And the PGP, it's an actual email client. It's a crypto system within itself. Now, within enterprise versions, you can have a key generator and everything outside of CISSP. So with PGP, one big difference is that you personally can decide how much you trust somebody else. Because remember, in a PKI, it's a hierarchical trust, and everybody trusts that CA. In PGP, it's called a web of trust. So you determine how much you trust somebody else. So let's say that you send over, because it uses certificates. It uses digital certificates, but not the same ones as PKI. So you send over your PGP digital certificate to me. What's kind of neat is that it has what's called a fingerprint on the digital certificate. And basically they're just words like tree, banana, stone, dog. And I can call you and say, hey, what's the fingerprint of the digital certificate you just sent over to me? And you'll list those words. I know that that came from you. And then there's actually like the sliding scale on the configuration of the email client of how much trust you want to put into this certificate. So let's say I know you, I trust you very well, and I put the highest level. So I fully trust you and fully trust this certificate. Now what that means is that somebody else may want to send their certificate to me. I don't know who they are. I'm not sure if I'm going to trust them or not. But if you digitally sign their certificate and I trust you, you're vouching for their identity. So I'll accept their certificate. So in this web of trust, again, it's up to the users on how much trust is going to be assigned to the certificates. In a PKI, it's decided for you. You trust one CA or more than one CA, and nobody trusts each other. Everybody trusts the CA, and the CA vouches for everybody's identity. So again, where the PKI has a hierarchical trust model, the PGP is a web of trust. Now, just stepping outside of CISSP, again, there's enterprise versions of PGP where you have key servers, and you as administrator set the actual policy, and the keys are generated, and there's a backup system and everything. That's the enterprise version. The actual CISSP exam isn't getting that deep into PGP. You just need to know that it's actually a crypto system. And what is a crypto system? It's something that has all the necessary components for encryption. It has an algorithm, it has the keys, it has the software, it has the protocols. So you need to know that PGP is a crypto system. It's based on a web of trust, and how the keys are protected are by using a passphrase. So when I have my private key needs to be protected, and usually what I'll type in a passphrase. So for me to be able to use that private key, I have to type in the passphrase. And the good thing about that is that somebody could be at my system and they can't just use my private key without me knowing it. If we didn't have that protected, somebody could use my private key and say they're Sean Harris. But if it's protected with a passphrase, they'd have to break that first. Now it seems that SHTTP and HTTPS should be the same thing. We've got the same letters there, right? But SHTTP is actually different than HTTPS. SHTTP is an older technology that allows applications, usually web servers, to encrypt individual messages and send them to the receiver. So let's say that you're interacting with a web server and you ask for some type of data, and the web server has been programmed to know that that's sensitive data that can't go over in clear text. So it's going to use SHTTP to encrypt just that message and send it over to you. But now we don't use that very much, SHTTP. What we use is SSL, which is HTTPS. And what that means is HTTP is an application layer protocol. It's an application layer protocol that communicates with web-based applications. So your browser, when your browser needs to send something over the internet, your browser is going to communicate with HTTP, and then it goes down the network stack, and then there's SSL at the transport layer, and that's where the encryption takes place. So nowadays we use SSL, and we just encrypt the whole channel. That's what it means by using HTTPS, is that whole channel is encrypted. And you'll know if there's a secure SSL channel set up because, like, you have a lock at the bottom of your browser. It depends on the type of browser, but also up in the URL it will say HTTPS. Now, SSL doesn't work just with HTTP. You can run FTP and other protocols over it. It's just this is the common way of doing it. So let's look at how SSL actually works. So I am on Amazon.com, where I basically live. And I'm going through and looking at the different books or whatever I'm looking at purchasing. Now, you know, I could say I want to purchase this, I want to purchase that. But once I hit checkout, now the web server is programmed to know that an SSL connection has to be set up, because now there's going to be sensitive information sent back and forth, like my credit card information or some type of authentication information. So when I'm just kind of looking around the website, we don't have to set up an SSL connection. As soon as I hit checkout, then what's going to happen is the web server is going to authenticate to my browser. And how it authenticates to my browser is it sends over its digital certificate. So remember, the digital certificate, when my browser gets it, it's going to see if it's, make sure it's not expired, make sure that the unique ID actually maps with the URL, Amazon.com. And my browser is going to say, do I trust the CA who created this certificate? If it's in my trusted list, that means I have the public key for that CA. I'm going to validate the signature on the certificate. And so once I validate and I trust the certificate, now I pull out the public key for the web server. So the web server has authenticated to me with a digital certificate, and the reason is because I don't trust this web server necessarily, but I trust the CA. So once I validate the certificate, now I could pull that public key out. Now I have the public key for the web server, and I trust that this really is the public key for that web server. Now my client, my browser, will create a session key, a symmetric key, and use that public key to encrypt the session key and send it over to the browser. Send it over to the web server. So once my browser pulls out that public key, that's the web server's public key, it creates a session key. it takes the public key to encrypt the session key and send it over to the web server. Now the web server and my client, my browser, has the same symmetric key, so each side could use that symmetric key to encrypt data going back and forth. So I could use a symmetric key to encrypt my credit card information. The web browser will use it to decrypt and read that information. So this is how SSL works. And the web server always authenticates to the client, because the web server is going to require the client to authenticate in some other manner. But if you think about it, if you're sending your credit card information over to a web server, it should have to authenticate to you. So the web server will always authenticate to the client. Now, an administrator can set up a configuration to require mutual authentication using digital certificates. So the web server could require the client's digital certificate, but that's pretty unusual. Usually it's a one-way, and then I have to authenticate to the web server with username and password and that type of thing. But it's always the client that creates the session key. That's important that you know that. It's always the client that will create the session key, no matter if there's a one-way authentication with digital certificates or if it's a two-way. So because this is a little new to some people, let me just walk through it one more time. You're on some website, and this is you're going to do some type of e-commerce, which means you're going to purchase something. You send over a request to make a purchase. The web server has to authenticate to you. You are going to validate that digital certificate, pull out the public key, and now create the session key and send it over to the web server. So this stuff happens in the background all the time, and we don't know it. I mean, you know, we can know it if we know that it's set up if we see HTTPS or there's a padlock or some type of symbol depending on our web browser. But remember what I said about revocation? I said that digital certificates can be revoked. And what did I say about web browsers? Web browsers in particular. Web browsers aren't going to go check a CRL by default. So the web browser will go through all the certificate authentication pieces that I talked about, all the steps, making sure it's not expired, making sure that it trusts the CA. But that certificate could be revoked, and now your browser is trusting a revoked certificate and carrying out communication where you're moving around sensitive information. So you can configure your email client to require that it checks a CRL to make sure that that certificate isn't revoked also. But it's kind of interesting where, you know, all of e-commerce can be dependent upon SSL when certificates can actually be revoked and the users won't know about it.
Now, SSL was created by Netscape a long time ago, and it became a de facto standard. So the de facto standard just means it's a good idea, so everybody just uses it. And one interesting thing about the first version of SSL is it actually had a work factor of 2 minutes. Remember what a work factor is. Work factor is how much effort and resources it takes to break a crypto system. So SSL could be broke in 2 minutes, the first version that came out. And that's basically because the vendor didn't really understand, whoever created the protocol didn't fully understand how cryptography worked, and one of the issues was they didn't change out the initialization vector as often as they should. So, you know, it's just kind of interesting. It doesn't mean that SSL has that vulnerability now because we've improved it. And it's used everywhere. SSL is used for e-commerce. We actually use it for quote-unquote VPN solutions now, where SSL was mainly considered, and it is considered more of a based on the application. Whatever application is using, the application has to specifically say use SSL, where VPN protocol is an application based. All the traffic is going to go through a VPN encrypted. So what you need to know is that with SSL, that the steps that I talked about between the client and the server, the digital certificate that's used for authentication, that the client always creates that symmetric key and sends it over to the server by encrypting it with a public key. That also, what layer within the OSI stack does it work at?
SSL works at the transport layer within the OSI. The OSI has all these different layers that will cover a data link and network and transport. Now, some people have a problem with saying that SSL works at the transport layer, because you can actually find resources that say it works at the session layer. And we'll actually go over this again when we go through telecommunications, and we'll cover the OSI model. But really, the OSI model is trying to draw boxes around reality and say this functionality takes place at this layer, this functionality takes place at this layer. And so it's not like you have code that's in these individual boxes. The code all works together. And the different resources will say that SSL works at the transport layer, and another resource may say session layer. And it's not that one is right and one is wrong. It's that really SSL has two different protocols. There are two protocols, and one works at the lower layer of transport, and the other one works at the higher layer of session. So, for the CISSP exam, they put it at the transport layer. So some people who don't fully understand what the OSI model really is will get upset and say that they're learning the wrong information because they've seen it somewhere else at the session layer. And that's not true. The other resource we could say is wrong, but neither one is, because SSL's functionality covers part of transport and part of session. It's just where that resource is going to say at what layer it is. So for the CISSP exam, it's at the transport layer.
Now there's a technology called SET, Secure Electronic Transmission, and it was created by Visa and MasterCard. The goal is to have a very secure or more secure e-commerce that's going back and forth. And so SET has, there's a protocol, there's like an infrastructure that needs to be followed. And so it means that it wouldn't just rely on SSL. The actual steps of e-commerce under the SET approach would actually be the same. With e-commerce, when you're going to buy something on a website, you're going to send over your order form, your credit card information. The merchant needs to then send that credit card information through a payment gateway, which will then go to its bank and your bank. And basically what this whole thing is that validating that your credit card is valid, that you actually have enough credit to actually purchase what you're trying to purchase. So it goes through these steps, and then once it's approved, it comes back to the merchant and says, yep, this person has enough credit and they can make this purchase. And then the merchant finishes out the transmission, sends you over a receipt, and you're done. Now, what's different with what SET is that the user wouldn't be using the credit cards like we have today, like the hard credit cards that we could use in stores. It would actually be an electronic credit card that would be kept in something called an electronic wallet, which is a protection mechanism within the software.
and it's that credit card number that would be used. But this whole SET thing hasn't taken off, and it's been waiting in the wings to be implemented. But the problem is that everybody, all the steps, and everybody involved with the e-commerce would have to do something a little different, which always means money. If you ever have to change something, it'll cost more, and the users would have to learn something different also. So in this type of environment, the credit card companies would have to actually create a different type of credit card, an e-credit card. One benefit is that the merchant wouldn't actually see the credit card number, because that's a big thing with merchants. The companies who are selling something would rather not store the credit card information, because that makes them a huge target. And if somebody gets in and gets the credit card numbers of their customer, then they're in headlines and it can put them out of business. So the merchant doesn't necessarily want to store that information. Instead, they wouldn't actually see it. It's kind of in a different envelope within the transmission. But and another thing was said is that there would be digital signatures at each place. So there'd be digital signatures that take place like at each step to verify that whoever this came from was an entity that can be trusted. But we haven't gone there yet. We haven't. It's just been hanging out, and because what's working now seems to work. We rely on SSL. Everything seems to go okay. E-commerce is just exploding. Everybody's using it. So my opinion is that we won't move to SET until what we're currently doing is broken, until SSL and our current activities prove themselves to be insecure. That's when we'd have to move to a new solution. So let's just take a minute to see how you're doing here, because cryptography is usually the hardest domain for people. There's so much information, and it always my students always think that I'm going deeper into cryptography than some of the other domains. But if you actually do cryptography, if you know about cryptography, we are really at that 1 inch, 1 inch deep. So we're basically kind of going through the first or second chapter of a crypto book, and we're not getting into all the mathematics and everything like that. But just know that this domain is difficult for everyone. And when the first time you go through cryptography, it really could twist your brain into a pretzel because you're not used to necessarily thinking about all the pieces. So if this is new to you, give yourself more time because this is the one domain where it's more analytical. You need to understand the different steps, the foundation pieces that we talked about, and build on top of that. So don't think that you're alone. This domain is usually the hardest for when I teach different classes, except when I teach at RSA. When I teach at RSA, they're bored through this because they know it probably better than I do. So we'll look at a standard that's used for email clients. And first, let's talk about MIME. If you've heard of MIME, multi-purpose internet mail extensions. Now, what this is, MIME is a standard that allows for your email clients to move like attachments back and forth. Because I remember when email first came out, because I'm really, really old, and it was just, you just had the basically black screen, and it was all text-based, but at the time it was really cool. And it's really evolved over years. And then instead of just moving ASCII text back and forth, we wanted to be able to move some type of binary attachments. So what's a standard for? Standards for all the vendors, whoever's going to create a product for this purpose, will follow so that there's interoperability. So that means that if your email client, the vendor of your email client, follows the MIME standard, and I'm using a different email client, my vendor follows the MIME standard, then we can exchange email, understand the format, understand the attachments. Now, S-MIME just builds on top of MIME, and it allows for, it's another standard that allows for the email client vendors to follow so that all the things that we've been talking about can take place. We can encrypt messages, we could do digital signatures, so that you and I don't have to use the exact same product, but as long as the vendors follow the same standard, we can encrypt and decrypt and do digital signatures. So that's what S-MIME is. It's just a standard on how to do a lot of the things we've talked about today in email clients.
Now we're going to cover IPsec. We'll look at how the different components of IPsec, how it's used, why it's used, and we'll look at then some attacks, how attacks take place within against cryptography or crypto systems. So IPsec is the de facto standard that's used for VPNs, for secure communication. Again, it's a de facto standard, I mean it's not an official standard, and it replaced PPTP. PPTP was the de facto standard for VPNs, and that is PPTP is a Microsoft protocol, and we still use PPTP, but mainly for maybe host computer to computer or computer to a router, maybe something like that. But IPsec actually has a lot more functionality. It allows a lot of different connections to go through the same VPN at the same time. So it's much more powerful. It has more granular control for the administrator versus PPTP. Now, IPsec works at the network layer. And what layer does SSL work at? It's at the transport layer. So IPsec works at the network layer within the OSI stack. And it is, we are currently, most people are using IP version 4. In the world, all the systems are moving over to IP version 6. IP version 6 has IPsec already incorporated in it, but IP version 4 does not. So basically, when you want to use that, it's called like a bump in the stack, meaning that you'll have some type of software that'll implement IPsec if you're using IP version 4. Now, IPsec can be used for host-to-host, which means computer to computer. It could be host to a router or network, and that would be like if you need to communicate to your corporate environment, your computer could use VPN IPsec to whatever the VPN device is on your corporate network, or it could be network to network, like between, let's say, two facilities owned by a company or two different companies when they need to communicate. And that's the common way, that's the common method of using VPN, is usually like network to network.
Now, there's two ways of key management within IPsec. That could be manual. The keys can be changed out manually, or it can be changed through automation. Now, hardly anybody wants to do manual hardly anybody ever wants to do manual key refreshes because it's not really going to happen. It's not going to happen in the time it's supposed to. And we have products, we have protocols that can do automated key refreshes. But it's an option if somebody wants to do a manual key update for IPsec. Now, the de facto standard for IPsec key management is using a protocol called IKE, and that's Internet Key Exchange, IKE. And IKE is actually made up of two other protocols. It's a hybrid of the protocol called Oakley and another protocol which is ISACAMP. So these are two, Oakley and ISACAMP are individual protocols that provide a specific type of functionality, and when they're used together, they're referred to as IKE. And IKE could be used in other places other than IPsec, and it is used in other places. But this is the de facto standard. If you're going to set up a VPN using IPsec, you're usually going to use automated key refresh, and the protocol that you'll most often use is IKE. And we're going to talk about really what these two protocols that make up IKE and what they're for and what they do.
So if we think about that, we have two routers that are going to set up a VPN. And before the VPN can be set up, the routers are going to have to do a handshake back and forth on the parameters of this secure connection. The parameters of the handshake is going to determine what algorithms are going to be used, what key size, what actual protocols are going to be used, and what mode. So all of this data has to take place through this handshake before the VPN is set up. But do we really want the handshake information for our VPN in clear text? Do you think that we want people, hackers to be able to sniff in and know what algorithms we're going to use, what key size we're going to use, all of that? We don't. We actually want that handshake to be protected and encrypted.
So what happens is the first stage of IKE is that we have to set up a secure channel before any of the handshaking takes place. So the first phase of IKE is to get a secure channel set up, which means to get a symmetric key on both ends. And IKE uses Diffie-Hellman to get the keys, the symmetric keys on both ends. Now, how does Diffie-Hellman work? Remember, one end will create its public key and private key. The other end will create its public key and private key. Then just the public keys are exchanged, and a symmetric key is created on both devices. So that's how Diffie-Hellman works. So the first phase of IKE is to get those symmetric keys on both devices. Now, once the secure channel is set up, that's when the handshake between the routers for the IPsec parameters can actually take place, because the first phase we set up a secure channel using Diffie-Hellman. So the second phase, now all the VPN parameters, what's going to be used, the algorithms, protocols, the modes, key size, all of that can be protected. So phase one of IKE, setting up a secure channel using Diffie-Hellman. Phase two is actually the handshake of what the VPN parameters will be. Once that's done, then you can move information through the VPN. Then you move actual user data. But those first two steps have to happen first. So the Security Association has all of the parameters that have been agreed upon. Now, if your VPN device is talking to 5 different other VPN devices, when one of those VPN devices send over information, how does your VPN device know which SA to pull? Which security association actually is associated with that company? Because in your VPN device, there's going to be a database of different SAs for all of the different VPN connections that are set up. Well, it's something that's called the Security Parameter Index. And when there's that handshake going on between the two VPN devices, one of the things that's agreed upon is this SPI value, Security Parameter Index. And so what happens is when another VPN is sending your VPN device text, or it's sending it traffic, your VPN doesn't know, what am I going to do with this? So in the header of the data that comes over, there's an SPI value. then your VPN device will look at this SPI value and say, okay, this SPI value maps to this security association. So it goes and looks up that security association, which has all of the instructions on how to process the data. So again, the handshakes take place, which are agreements for the VPN parameters, and then when some traffic comes over from some other network, some other VPN device, the VPN has to know, how do I interpret this? What do I do with this data? What algorithms do I use? So in the header, which there's an SPI value that your router or your VPN device will know, okay, this SPI value is mapped to this SA, and it'll go into that security association and know how to process the data and then send it on to the actual computer on that network that it's supposed to go to. Now, security associations are also directional. That means you have one security association for being able to communicate to another end, and you have another security association to accept the data. So there's at least two for each connection, because they're directional. There's one instruction set that the VPN will use to know how to encrypt this traffic and what protocols to use to get it over to another network, and then there'll be a different SA that tells it how to interpret the traffic it received.
So I said that IKE is a key exchange protocol, and it's made up of two other protocols, Oakley and ISACAMP. So what are these protocols, what are they doing? Well, the ISACAMP, which is really Internet Security Association and Key Management Protocol, which is just too long, so that's why we call it ISACAMP. And so basically its job is to set up what can be negotiated, because there's going to be, and we're going to go through, look at how the administrator chooses what can be negotiated, but it's, there's different algorithms, symmetric algorithms, asymmetric algorithms, hashing algorithms, there's different protocols we're going to look at. So there's all these things that have to be agreed upon during this handshake. And so the ISACAMP basically sets up the what can be negotiated, what components. And then Oakley is doing the agreement, carrying out the key agreement process, and it's the one that's doing the negotiation using Diffie-Hellman in that first phase. So you don't need to know to a great degree of Oakley and ISACAMP. You do need to know that those two work together to create IKE. IKE works at the network layer, because that's where IPsec works, and it actually replaced an older key exchange protocol called SCIP. SCIP was an older protocol that worked at the network layer, and IKE is really just the replacement, the new one. So as administrator of a VPN device, you choose what can be actually negotiated. You choose what algorithms can be used and what key sizes and all of that. And so it could be that there's configuration on two different VPN devices where they don't agree, because the two network administrators have set up configurations that they can't agree upon. But usually that doesn't happen. Usually you have VPNs set up between different facilities within the same company, or you have some type of a trust relationship with another company. And so you could see that you configure what's going to be in the SA values. You can look at a configuration and see what the SPI, the security parameter index value is, and that they're directional, that the security association are directional. So you need at least two for each configuration. And like I said, in IPsec, the keys can be manually changed out, or you can use IKE. Now, IPsec is actually a suite of protocols. It's not just one protocol, it's a suite of protocols. And it's made up of authentication header protocol and encapsulation security payload. So it's these two protocols, AH and ESP. Now, what AH does is it provides authentication for the other VPN device, and it provides integrity protection. That's all the AH provides. Now, how does it provide integrity protection? It's going to create what's called an ICV, integrity check value. And really, you know, sadly, whenever you come up, you can come up with your own technology and you get to name pieces whatever you want to name them. Because the ICV value is really a message digest. You're taking part of the packet, running it through a hashing algorithm, and you create this ICV. Your system creates ICV. Now, this ICV actually goes in a header, and when you send the data, the traffic goes from one VPN to the other VPN. One of the first things that other VPN is going to do is make sure that the message or the packet has not been modified during transmission. So it's going to take that part of the packet, run it through a hashing algorithm, create its own ICV, and compare it to the ICV that came over in the header. If they're the same, then the VPN device knows that the message has not been modified. So the authentication header creates the ICV, but how does it actually provide authentication? Well, the basic IPsec protocol provides authentication through using a MAC, message authentication code, really. So it's going to take that part of the packet, it'll take a symmetric key and run those two through a hashing algorithm and create a MAC. So AH only provides integrity and data origin authentication. Remember that MACs can only provide data origin authentication, which means system authentication. It's a weakest form. Now, ESP is different. It actually provides the same type of functionality, which is integrity and system authentication, but it also provides confidentiality. It does encryption. So if you need your data encrypted, you have to use ESP and not AH. So most of our VPNs, we want confidentiality, so most VPNs are configured to use ESP. So I said that within ISP or in IPsec we have two protocols, AH and ESP. AH does authentication. That means authentication from the VPN device it came from, and it does integrity. ESP does authentication, integrity, and encryption. So why would we need two protocols if one does the same as the other one? It doesn't seem logical. Well, AH, this protocol, when it does, it checks the integrity, it's actually going to do, take the data payload, take the TCP, the transport header, and the IP header. It'll take that data, put it through a hashing algorithm, and come up with ICV. So again, AH, when it does its integrity check is on the data payload, the transport, and the network header. And so what if that network header actually any information gets changed? Because if this traffic has to go through a NAT device, that means the IP address is going to change, which is common. And if that took place, if the integrity check included the IP header, and then there's a new IP address, when it gets to the destination is going to create a different ICV. So what ESP does is when it does its integrity check, it does it over the data payload
and the transport header. It doesn't include that IP header. And so if you have traffic that has to go through like a NAT device, it's better to use ESP because of that issue. So AH, again, provides integrity and authentication. ESP provides those two services, and it provides encryption. It just doesn't include the IP header when it's doing its integrity. So both protocols can work either in transport mode or tunnel mode. So transport mode means that the data payload is protected, and tunnel mode means the data payload and headers are protected. So the AH and ESP, they could both work in one or the other. And this will get a little bit, in reality, it gets, of course, a little bit more complex, but that's the level that you'll need to know for the CISSP exam. That if it's in transport mode, that means the data payload is protected. In tunnel mode, it means that the data payload and the headers are protected. Now remember that AH is not doing encryption. The only protection it's providing is integrity and data origin authentication. So it's ESP. If ESP is in tunnel mode, that means the data payload and the headers are encrypted. If AH is in tunnel mode, that means it's running its ICV over the data payload and some headers. So again, we started this out with understanding how the VPN setup takes place. And we said that the de facto standard is to use IKE. And what makes up IKE? IKE is Oakley and ISACAMP. It's using those two protocols together. So the first phase of IKE, what is that doing? The first phase of IKE is setting up a secure connection between the two VPN devices so that the handshake and material that goes back and forth can be protected. Remember that we don't want the handshaking parameters to go in clear text. So the first phase of IKE is for the both ends to get a symmetric key. And what does it use to get a symmetric key on both sides? It uses Diffie-Hellman. So the first phase uses Diffie-Hellman to get a symmetric key on both VPN devices. Now, in the second phase is when the actual handshake agreeing upon the parameters for the VPN takes place. So they have a symmetric key so they can encrypt that data back and forth. Once they agree upon all the parameters, where is that data kept? It's kept in a security association. Once there's agreement, a handshake that happens, our agreement, the parameters are going to be documented in a SA. How many SAs do we need? We need at least 2 per connection because they're directional. You have to have one SA for accepting data from another VPN device and one SA for going over to that device. Both of those SAs contain instructions on how to process the traffic. So again, with the authentication header, the pieces that are going to be authenticated are the data payload, the TCP header, the IP header. If authentication header protocol is working in tunnel mode, it will include a new IP header. And if ESP is working in transport mode, it's going to encrypt the data payload, the transport, and the ESP header. And if it's in tunnel mode, it's going to encrypt all of basically the headers except the data link header. Now, if we think about ESP and it's working in tunnel mode, which means that it's going to encrypt the network layer header. If it's going to encrypt the network layer header, that means that it's going to encrypt the IP address. So how in the world can these packets get routed through the internet if that IP address is encrypted? Well, what happens is that a new IP address is created and put on the front of the packet. And that new IP address is usually the IP address of the VPN device. So the actual source, the IP source, whatever workstation sent this traffic, that would be encrypted. If we're using ESP in tunnel mode, that would be encrypted. And then, because it has to have an IP address to get through the internet, there's going to be a new IP address created and appended on the packet, and that IP address will be the one of the VPN system. So it seems to the whole world, or anybody who's communicating through VPN with that device, that they only see this one address. They don't see all your IP addresses.
So what is SPI? What is that? That's Security Parameter Index. And what do we use that for? We use that to indicate what security association needs to be used. The security association contains the parameters of how to process the data. So during the handshake between two VPN devices, the SPI was agreed upon, and so when the VPN device receives SPI 3, it knows which SA, that tells it which SA to go and look and find out the directions. And what's the difference between transport and tunnel mode? Transport mode means that the data payload and headers, well, the data payload's protected. Tunnel mode means that the data payload and the headers are protected. That's how you would see it on the exam, kind of that simplistic. The exam doesn't really get into, with IPsec, specific headers, what exactly is encrypted, what headers the ICV is created over. But the reason that I go through the difference between AH and ESP is because a lot of people get confused. Why do we have two protocols that seem to be so similar? And it is because AH does not include the IP header, where ESP does. So the exam wouldn't probably get that detailed, but you would need to know IPsec works at what layer? That would be the network layer. It has two ways of doing key management, which is manual or through automation. The de facto standard for automating the key exchange would be using IKE. IKE is made up of ISACAMP and Oakley. And there's SAs that are created. You'll need to know what the SPI is and the different phases of IKE. So now we'll look at a few common attacks that can take place against algorithms or crypto systems. And when we go through these, just the first thing is to look at the title of the attack, because usually the title of the attack will actually tell you the type of attack it is. Because I find that people get all confused when I go through the types of attacks that I'm going to go through with you, and they can't seem to always get them straight. But if you look at the title will tell you exactly what's going on within the attack.
So, for example, in a ciphertext only attack, that means the attacker only has the ciphertext to work with. And I gave an example when we talked about brute force attacks on crypto systems. So if I have the ciphertext, which is really easy to grab because that's the encrypted text, that's the encrypted messages that's going back and forth over the internet or whatever communication channel. So I can get the ciphertext, and most goals of attacks on crypto systems is to figure out what key was used for the encryption. So if I could figure out what key was used for the encryption, then I could use that key hopefully to decrypt other messages. And I could decrypt the message that I captured. So if it's a ciphertext only, and I'm the attacker, I have the ciphertext, the encrypted message, And I could try key after key after key until I figure out which key was used for the encryption. So ciphertext is the hardest to be successful in because it's going to take an exhaustive attack, a brute force attack. But it's easiest to get a hold of ciphertext. You can get a hold of that anywhere.
Now, known plain text attack means that the attacker knows some of the plain text that's in the ciphertext. So I'm the attacker. I know at least some of the plain text that has been encrypted. And so you think, well, great, you know it all. No, the goal is to get that key, figure out what the encryption key is, so it can be used to decrypt other messages. So if I have the plain text and the ciphertext, that gives me a little bit more information as an attacker in my ways that I'm going to go through to do cryptanalysis to try to figure out that key. And there's different examples of how somebody can get a hold of plain text and ciphertext. There's actually some devices will actually send out a live packets, saying, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Servers do that like on networks, and it goes over UDP. Now, some of them are set because they're going to communicate to specific systems that only are going to take like over SSL or some type of encryption, but they also have to tell all the other systems that are live that don't require the encryption or to go over some type of SSL or VPN. And in that situation, when these live packets are going out saying, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, you've got one that's plain text and one that's ciphertext. And that's just one example. There's several ways of getting both. Now, a chosen plain text means that the attacker gets to choose what plain text is encrypted. So I'm the attacker. Now I get to choose what is encrypted. And that gives me much more power because as a cryptographer, I would know that if I could figure out these specific parts, how that encryption takes place, that'll get me closer to the key. So a chosen plain text is more powerful than the other two we talked about. And as a simple example, let's say that I write a message or I send you a document that I think that not only are you going to believe that it's true, you're going to encrypt it and send it on to someone else. So in that situation, I chose the plain text because I typed up the document, and then you encrypted it and sent it on, and I had a sniffer there. So now I have the plain text and the ciphertext, and I decided what the plain text would be. And then a chosen ciphertext. The attacker chooses what ciphertext gets decrypted. And so again, this is even harder. As we go through these attacks, ciphertext only, they can get, an attacker can get ciphertext anywhere, but it's really hard for it to be successful. As we're going through these, they're harder for the attack to carry out, but they're more powerful. So a chosen ciphertext is a very powerful attack because it'll allow the attacker to get more information about what key was actually used. And so how would they choose, what ciphertext gets decrypted? Well, the attacker actually would need to own a system or get on a system that has the encrypted data, the ciphertext, and have the ability to decrypt it so it can receive the plain text. So I would have to hack into a system and then be able to access the encrypted documents, and then I could say put it through whatever the software to unencrypt it. And now it would seem like I would have all the power if I'm on that system already and I have the encrypted message and I can decrypt it,
But again, what I'm trying to figure out is that key. Just because I'm on a system, I can control it, and I can put the encrypted messages through the process, and I can get the resulting plaintext, doesn't mean I know the key yet. So that's the whole goal, finding out the key. So again, look at the names. Chosen ciphertext. The attacker chooses a ciphertext that's decrypted. Chosen plaintext. The attacker chooses what plaintext gets encrypted. And both the chosen plaintext and the chosen ciphertext can be adaptive. So if you see adaptive chosen plaintext or adaptive chosen ciphertext, what that means is the attacker is able to carry out one attack, and based on the results of that, the attacker tweaks that attack and sends another attack that's just a little bit different. So I can do one chosen plaintext attack, and then depending upon the information I get back, that'll help me determine what do I need my next attack to be. And I could send another chosen plaintext attack that's a little bit different. So adaptive just means that the attacker can modify the attacks, and that would happen until the attacker figures out or finds what they're looking for, again, which is usually a key. And a side channel attack we talked about in access control domain, which is, it just means that you're observing how something works, and you're not attacking necessarily. You're not sending any software, any packets. It's not intrusive. A side channel attack just means that you're finding out like the heat that's generated when a process like an encryption process takes place, how long the encryption or decryption process takes place. So it's a very sophisticated type of attack, but it's been successful in figuring out, like there's been one attack that somebody was actually able to figure out an RSA private key. So side channel isn't just for encryption. We looked at side channel attacks when we were talking about smart cards, and again, it's just observing how something works, the emissions that it releases, how long something takes place. You're just observing to be able to deduce or infer what it is that you're after. And in cryptography, what you're usually after is that key.